Hello, everybody. This is Dan, SJ4, Cream SJ4 person. Wanted to kind of correct a couple things that I had said before. I noticed now that we started doing reputation that it's not giving me the sponsorship bonus for having Jamhadar characters that are up at tier 5. Used to work. I guess they went through and patched that. I looked for the patch notes, but I don't guess that they put it in the patch notes. Or if they did, it wasn't able to find it. But that no longer works. As you can see, if we look at the reputation here, so like for discovery, for 2,500 reputation experience point, the same as for discovery. This one, and this one should have been at 5,000 because we do have characters now that are tier 5, those reputations, Hadar ones. But I guess they went ahead and patched that because I guess they didn't like people using that. I guess it is kind of an exploit. Great characters just to get those boosts. So evidently that's been patched. We can't do that anymore. Kind of a bummer. I mean, you can make the Jem'Hadar characters, and there are some good reasons if you're going to play free to play, especially why you're going to want to make some Jem'Hadar characters. The first and foremost going to be lithium. Okay, one of the main things we're using that for early on here is to get these Phoenix prize packs, especially for the upgrades. But the other things are nice too. If you get the better quality ones, these are really the only boxes I am in favor of opening up. And so, one of the major limitations in this game is how much ore you can refine per day, which is 8,000 unless you have a lifetime subscription. Then you get an extra 4,000. If I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. I'd have to double check. I don't have a lifetime subscription, but I do know that there's a person you can see and you can refine additional one. You're like, well, how can you get more? The way you can kind of get around this is to have a bunch of characters, which is part of the reason why I have a bunch of characters. I mean, not really the main reason. The main reason is just because I liked making different characters so that I could have them all set up differently. Basically tailored to the end game tier 6 ships that they were flying, etc. But if you have more than one, and transfer it between the other accounts. The question is, well, how do you do that? And I'll show you, and let's just do it anyway, because, like, you know, stop playing for a couple months and things that you could do, they've been patching on. So let me show you how to do that. So first and foremost, I'm going to change to my other character, my Klingon character. Oh, and while I'm talking about my Klingon character, I realized kind of a duh moment when I was watching back the stream where I created my KDF Recruit character and I unlocked this T6 ship, bird of prey right here, flying over my head. I realized why. Hey, I wonder why I can't claim that on this account, even though it scales with level, right? So I should be able to claim it. Why can't I just claim that ship? I'd really like to have that T6 ship already. Then it hit me, duh. Things you don't realize when you're making a new account versus having an existing one. If you want to use KDF Klingon ships and you're not a Klingon, then you have to have gotten one of your Klingons on your account to level 65. Since we haven't done that yet,
congratulations, General.
I have been working on it. I'm up to level 48. So when I've been trying to play my Romulan character basically just on stream, the only things I've been doing off stream are like I did TFOs. After I got off the stream, I showed you doing TFOs to get the reputation. You can see now I've got some reputation each one. I went ahead and did some more TFOs just so I could go ahead and get the first day one of reputation project started for all these, because you want to get those reputations open as soon as possible, because otherwise you don't have anything to put in these space and ground reputation slots. That's one of the very first things you get in those reputations. And so with it only getting 2,500 XP in each one, I believe level 1 is at 5,000 and level 2 is at 10,000. So basically in a week we should have upgraded to like tier 3, I guess. It'll slow down a lot after that, but that will at least give us the first base reputation and ground reputation each one. That'll give us some stuff we can put in there. Okay. What I need to do is I need to get this character up to level 65, or any Klingon character, and then all my other characters will be able to use this ship basically as soon as they can claim them. Temporal Operative, which will be level 20 for the regular ones, and for the Jem'Hadar ones, I think you have to play 20 hours, or maybe it's 15 hours. There's a console command that you can type in down here. Will tell you how long you've played for. I guess you don't have to play for it, but you have to stay logged in. And unfortunately, you can't just load up your character and just leave it logged in and, go to sleep or go for a walk or something, because the game will log you out after 30 or 60 minutes of, like, if you have total inactivity, don't do anything, will log you out. This will give me this. I'll then be able to obviously get this starship trait. Extends the duration of cannon scatter volley skills, so it makes it last 4 seconds longer. Honestly, I don't use that a whole lot, but I may be using it more frequently here on the new account, seeing as how I don't have many other skills. The bird of prey has some neat features. Just want to go over that real quick. For one, it has an experimental weapon slot because it's like an escort. So you have 7 weapons. One of them is an experimental weapon slot. This like hyper ion stream projector basically is like a blue lightning bolt that shoots out of your ship. This is like the generic one that you get with any fleet ships or anything like that. There are some other ones, but basically they only come if you bought a T6 ship or you have a T6 ship from an event that came with an experimental weapon like the Bajoran Intercept or something like that. Um, so you're going to be basically kind of stuck with this one on a free to play account until you unlock some more ships. It's okay. I mean, it's certainly better than not having an item in there. The other major feature of this, well, it has a battle cloak, and that's a good thing. What that means is that you can actually cloak while you're in combat. A lot of the ships, like the one that I was starting out in as the KDF and as the Romulans, they don't have a battle cloak. They just have a regular cloak. And what does that mean? That means whenever you're in combat, and it says red alert up here, which means you fired at or been fired upon by another ship within a certain while, then you have to basically have no shots fired at you and not fired any shots at anybody else for a certain period of time before that goes away. And then you can cloak. When the red alert is up here, which means you're in active combat, you cannot cloak. So if you can cloak and then you can fly up and you can uncloak and you can ambush one time, but you can't cloak while you're basically in combat, which really makes it very limiting. Basically, you can do a first strike type of attack, then you can't do it again unless you're gonna literally uh, fly as fast as you can away. It's the same thing with like full impulse. You can't turn on full impulse while you're at red alert. So you'd have to like get away from all the enemies for like 10 seconds or something, which may not sound like a lot, but is a long time in game time when you're just sitting there waiting for it to come around. And meanwhile, if you're in combat, the computer's going to be, characters you're attacking, their shields are going to be recharging and everything else. So as a tactic, it's not very good. Um, and then once it recharges, once that goes away, the red alert goes away, then you can cloak again, then go back in. But as soon as you uncloak and get into combat again, then you'll be in red alert. You won't be able to cloak again. So this is like what I would call a real cloak. It's one that you can actually use. Uh, over and over and over again. You can cloak and decloak and cloak and decloak in the way that you typically see, like in the Star Trek show, where like, oh, they cloak and attack, and then they make a strafing run or something, and then they cloak again. And of course, while you're cloaked, you have no shields, so you have a weakness and all that sort of thing. And even when you come out of cloak, uh, your shield power goes down to 0 while you're cloaked, so it takes a second for your shields to come back on after you turn off your cloak. So you have that potential vulnerability there for a minute. The other thing that's sort of bird of prey specific, and I can't think of any other ship that has this except for the birds of prey, is that if you look, universal, 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 universal. What does that mean? That means you can put whatever type of bridge officer, not counting the specializations like intelligence, miracle worker, etc. It has to say those specifically on these things for you to use them. But you can put any regular bridge officer abilities in here that you want. So if I wanted to have 4 tactical officers, I could do that. If I wanted to have all science officers, it's not a science ship, so that'd be kind of weird, but I could do that. This is really nice for flexibility because no other ship usually has this. Usually, what you have usually you have 5 seats. Because the ship's bigger, bird of prey is tiny, so I guess that's why they give you 4. And because they're universal, it's kind of a little penalty for having universal. But usually, you have like, if it's a tactical ship, then the biggest commander station, the one that actually has all 4 abilities available, be tactical. If it's science, it'll be science. If it's a tank or whatever, it'll be engineering. You know what I mean? It's a cruiser. And then you'll have a couple of 3s, Then you'll have usually one that's either a lieutenant or maybe even only an ensign that's universal, so that you can put whatever you want in, but that only gives you just the very first ability or the first two abilities. This is flexible in that you can go, you know, all out one way or another. And I'll probably change this at some point. These are obviously just, the characters that I basically started out with. I haven't unlocked better characters or bridge officers yet. Fill these up to optimize them. The ones on my Romulan account are a little better because they have more space abilities. These characters don't have space abilities. But I definitely want to get this ship, though. E6 Bird of Prey unlocked for the whole account, and that means getting this account to 60. Of course, the other thing is, all these other like recruit things. You know what I mean? Like this one. So when I get to level 50, I'm almost there. Count 200 marks. So this will, and all of these, every one of these that I finish, they're 25 marks of your choice, and then 25 fleet marks. So every season I complete here gets me one of those, and the last one gets me, once I complete all of these seasons that are listed here, I get this kit module. So all of these types of things are going to give me extra marks for earning reputation stuff. My account, which I can certainly use. Now let's show how to transfer dilithium. Okay, so the way this works is you go and see I've got 17.5. So you go in here, into the dilithium exchange, and you say you want to buy some Zen or dilithium. There's none available right now, and if we look at selling, it's at there's already people in here all the way up to the max price. It won't let you go over 500. So basically, the dilithium to Zen economy right now is kind of screwed up. They will do things to balance this out. It has to do with there just being a low player base and not a high need for Zen or dilithium at this point for people that are spending money. Just because I guess they have enough. They're all at the end game. And they all have so much dilithium already because they're playing multiple characters or they've just acquired what they needed. But this does give us another opportunity, which is at this price, 1 Zen equals 500, right? So, this is going to be a free-to-play account, at least for the next foreseeable little while, but I may spend a tiny amount of money on the game. Probably not going to do anything like $30 to buy a ship or whatever, but I may get some here. The Zen actually is you go to ARC's website, they're actually giving bonuses right now, so you get more than you would normally get. Like I said, normally like $10 gets you 1,000, $30 gets you 3,000. However much you get there, you're getting extra on top. So I think right now it was something like, for $10 you get 1,200, so you get an extra $2 worth. But if you look at it at 500, Zen is really useful. I mean, dilithium is really useful, and you can see how you're time gated on that, basically to 8,000 per character per day. So until you have more characters, and not only more characters, but they also have ore sitting here to refine, that they can refine some every day. Once they do, then you can refine, and you can do this little transfer trick I'm going to show you, that you can consolidate it all on whichever character you want. This is a great deal. So if it's 500 dilithium, right? If I spent just $5 worth, you can see that would be 250,000 dilithium. Okay, so if we just do the math on that, that's 31 days worth that you could refine on one character. You can buy that for $5. I think the least amount of Zen you can buy is 10,000, or actually it would be 12,000 right now because they're giving you extra bonus. Let's say there wasn't the bonus in effect. That would give you 500,000. That would be the most you could get if you had 4 to refine and you logged in every single day with 2 characters for a month. Okay, that is a lot of progress, and I don't know if I would spend all of that on Phoenix prize packs, because you will need some of that for if you want to do anything in the reputation stores. If you want to craft any of that equipment, you're going to need some, and you're also going to need it for any fleet equipment. So as soon as you get into end game, just basically anywhere from level 50 on, 65 is max level, but 50 to 65, nothing really changes that much. You can, right at level 50, you can already upgrade these things to Mark 15. So you can already go max level on the equipment. You can already start doing reputation stuff. Level 52 or whatever, you get the Admiralty system opens up. So, and you're already getting, at that point, you're getting specialization points. After starting at level 50, I guess you get one regular space skill point, and then you also get a specialization point. So you're going to already be getting those. So having that extra dilithium is great. And that if I spend some money on this account, that will be something that I would spend it on, to be getting that extra dilithium, because that can really increase my power level, mostly because of the upgrades, but also being able to get the consoles from the fleet and the reputation gear and things. And because that's the time gated item, that's the thing that's going to slow down your progress. Like I said, you can get around that by having multiple characters, but you're going to have them high enough level that they can earn dilithium fairly quickly. You get, I don't know, probably around 1,200 for doing a mission. That means, like, if you're just playing characters, got a bunch of characters, that means you'd have to do 6-7 missions a day with each one of those characters, you know what I mean, to start getting up to the point where they've got dilithium available. That is a lot of manual work early on, so I could definitely see, I mean, for this kind of money, get this kind of benefit, that is going to be by far and away your best bang for your buck, until you get to I looked at the price of the Gamma Recruit, the Jem'Hadar Vanguard starter kit, or whatever, the starter kit for the Dominion faction. And I think it's either gone up a little bit, inflation, whatever, or maybe it's just not on sale. Maybe when I bought it, it was on sale. It's like $19.95 or something like that. Hey, Joshua. So yeah, that will get you a T6 ship, or other than that, it'll be $30 to get a T6 ship. So if you wanted to get a bunch of progress and not spend that much money, this is where you'd want to be at, buying dilithium. Because right now, at the maximum market price, which is 500, I mean, that's just the maximum of the game. Won't let it go any higher. Otherwise, there probably would be people selling it even higher. So, yep. So what we're going to do is we're going to transfer it. So the way this works is you say, oh, I want to buy Zen. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter what you put in here because there isn't any for sale. But basically, you would say, I'm willing to spend like 100 dilithium per Zen, which nobody's going to sell Zen for 100 dilithium. Even when the marketplace is working well, the price is somewhere between 2 and 300 Zen per, right? And I say, how much am I going to sell? I say 17,500. You're not going to be able to get the little teeny amounts like you see it's 508. I mean, that's just not going to work out. So I just submit an offer to buy. Okay, you see my refined dill, my refined dilithium is gone here, right? It's over here in the offer. You have to buy 175 at 100. And heck, if somebody was to buy this in the meantime while I'm doing these transfers, who cares? It would be great because I could take those and I could turn them into 500. So you're not taking any risk by doing this. Yeah, the current market price is 500. See, here's somebody who's got 5 million almost Zen that's just ready to be bought, or they want to buy 5 million worth Zen, and you see it's clocking down. So there are some people buying some at 500 per. That's what I'm saying. Like if you bought $10 worth, that'd be 1,000. So actually, there's a sale right now. So you would actually get 1,200 because they're giving you a bonus. You buy $10 worth, they give you an extra $2 worth. You see, you would get 600,000 dilithium. So for $10, you would get over 2 months worth of refinement progress, if assuming you had one account, or not one account, but one character, without even having to get the ore, let alone having to go in and refine it every day and then do this consolidation trick. So, yeah, you have 2.4 million on your main tune. Yeah, I feel you. That's what I mean. This is obviously a brand new free to play account that I just created. So this would be less useful if you have a huge account. And like I said, if I looked at any of my other 3 accounts, which I'll have, like I said, I have, I think over, I haven't done a count recently, but it's like over 75 characters, tunes spread between those 3 accounts is less useful on them. And also most of them have ore, substantial amounts of ore just sitting. So I could go in one day and I could do 20 to 30 characters. I could just go from character, change character to the next one, refine, drop them all in here, as I go and consolidate them on one character. And so I could get a significant amount, you know what I mean, in a single day. But if you're just starting out with a new character, like right now, this would be a worthwhile investment for me. Because for $10, which let's be honest is hardly anything, I could get 600,000 dilithium, and then I could go buy Phoenix prize packs, and I could upgrade all the equipment that I'm using to Mark 15, and I would also have dilithium for any fleet equipment and or reputation equipment that I wanted. Okay, so now that I put that into the dilithium exchange, how do I transfer it? Well, it's easy. I just change to the character I want. And there's a limit to how many offers you can have in there. So if I was doing this on one of my accounts with like 30 characters, every so many, like 10 characters or so, whatever it is, I don't remember what the exact limit is, I would have to cash it all out with that character and then put in a huge chunk bid offer, then move on to the next one. And then, once I get up to 10 again, I'd have to withdraw it all and then put it back in as another big chunk. Um, but yeah, so then you just go to the character, the next one in your line if you're going through a whole list, or just the one that you actually want to end up with the dilithium. Then you go in here, you go to the exchange. Now, if I cancel the offer, okay, got a balance in here. It's not on my character, it's in the exchange. And then I just withdraw it. And now you see I just transferred that 17,500 dilithium from that other character to this one. So now I'm up to 34. Yeah, building 3 Starfleet tunes right now. Yeah, I always have a tune or a couple of tunes that are in build. And if you are a new player and you just wanted to start out and you needed some characters just to farm dilithium with or something, this is where the Jem'Hadar characters could really come in handy. Um, the other thing I noticed, like I said, is that since the Jem'Hadar characters are not giving you sponsorship on the reputations anymore, but what I did notice is that if you get that Gamma Starter kit and you get the Vanguard Jem'Hadar, uh, the Vanguard Jem'Hadar starts with all three Nukara, Iconian, and Omegas at tier 5, and all of them, it starts with them. It's sponsored, so you get 5,000 rep per day. Each one, instead of the 2,500, they start out as if they already have sponsorship. So that's another advantage to getting that Gamma Starter pack. In addition to the Jem'Hadar Dreadnought, which is a great ship. Like I said, it's like 19.95, so it's less than $20. The ships, most of them cost $30, even on sale right now. Where all the KDF ships and whatnot are on sale, and all the ships are on sale, they're still not $20. They're, a little bit more than that. So I think so. It's still a good deal. Now I did my event last night, so I got 3.5 hours before I can. Oh no, sorry, 10 hours before I can do this again. If we look at the reputations, they're between 4 hours and 8 hours, about 4.5 hours, and 8 hours, depending on you can tell which ones I already had marks for, which ones were like the last ones I got marks for by doing some TFOs yesterday. So I won't be ready to do any of these, refresh these anytime soon. But you can see I've already got enough marks ready to do that, so I don't need to do any extra TFOs right this minute to do those. So then what I can do is I can work on getting more reputation. I mean more gear. So like this console is nice. The Mark 12 console. It's an engineering console. So increased damage resistance to everything, increased shields, uh, and adds a percentage of your auxiliary power to your shield power, and it makes you immune from the Delphic Expanse. So when if you want to replay this mission, you won't be taking constant damage from the Delphic Expanse. But that last thing's kind of minor. But so I can get more gear here, or my other option is I can switch and I can go back to my KDF tune, and I can work on getting that tune up to level 65 so that I can get the T6 ship over here, Bird of Prey. That's probably the better option at this point. Um, this one, I mean, I've got some Admiralty projects going. I've got R&D going. Get another. Yeah, I did start another one because I got another duty officer that could do that. The research lab scientist or whatever his name. All my duty officer slots are filled up. So this one's basically just it's doing stuff in the background, which is fine. It's good. That's what you want all the time. So it makes more sense for me to try to get that T6 ship unlocked for all characters. That way, if I'm going to make additional characters for farming or for the tutorial or anything else, I can do that. And also anything else I complete along the way with the other character, I'll get additional rewards because they're a KDF recruit, where the T6 ship came from in the first place. Let's go ahead and do that. I mean, we're only 2 levels away from getting the level 50 reward, and I'm pretty sure the account reward when I looked on that one is 200 marks of your choice. So, I mean, that's great. Plus, you know, every one of these things I complete uh, gives me, every one of these seasons that I complete gives me another 25 marks and gets me closer to getting that kit module, which I don't particularly care about. But all these things, uh, even if they're not useful necessarily for the build for this character or the other character, my Romulan character, which is sort of my main on this account right now, you got to remember every one of these things you get that's an event unlock, that's a recruit unlock, uh, like, you know, the current event, all this torchbearer equipment. You might think, oh well, I don't need that stuff. Yeah, but every time you build a new character, that's going to give you an armor, a weapon, an EV suit. You know, even if you don't put on your main character, if you just put on one of your bridge officers, it gives you one that's going to level itself up without having to use any upgrades. You're not going to have to be constantly like, oh, I've got to get more equipment as I go. I have to look at the stuff that I'm picking up that's junk off the ground, trying to find the best junk I've got to give to them. So having all these unlockables makes a new account go that much faster. That's one of the things I liked about this game, and that's another reason why I also have 75 characters, is because every time I create a new character, I have so many more free things basically ready to go. Like that character is going to start out so much faster than the one before it and the one before it, because I now have, you know, extra account unlocks, extra things from the event, etc. I don't even know why I'm bothering refreshing my shields. Borg just steal your shields away. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention about the bird of prey, something that it has that normal ships don't have, is you see it says flank. So you get that double bonus when you're flanking, like you same as you do like when you're on the ground, right? You notice when you get behind a character or they get behind you, they get a flanking bonus. They do more damage when they shoot you from behind. That doesn't really happen in space combat, except with raiders. Does it say it's a raider? It doesn't say it right here. This ship is a raider. That's what its classification is. That's like a subclass of a tactical ship, is a raider. You have like escorts, interceptors. Just like you have, you know, cruisers, dreadnoughts, etc. Different classes of engineering classes, science ship, carrier ships. Those are both basically spaceships. I mean, science ships. Yeah, critical flank. I mean, you saw I got a couple of critical flanks on this, and I don't even have my crit consoles yet. Those are one of the things I was talking about rep wise. You'll know this. The best crit consoles, the ones you're gonna want, of course, are the ones from the fleet shops. Whether that's the ones from the Spire, or whether you want the tactical consoles. The other ones I'd say are really good are the colony ones. But yeah, you know, you get they boost a specific type of damage. So that's why, like earlier, I said you want to go all disruptor, all phaser, or whatever. And actually, with this build, I'm basically going all phaser. And basically, the reason I'm going all phaser is the weapon sets, space weapon sets that you can get from the mission rewards. The disruptor ones, they didn't have options for dual heavy cannons. They basically just had options for beam array. And so, yeah, I wanted to, because this ship turns so fast, and for the flanking and all the things like you're talking about, you know, get the flanking crits and all that stuff. I wanted to stick with the dual heavy cannons that just have that 45% forward arc firing pattern. I can get on target, does more damage that way. And so I went with phasers, which seems counterintuitive for a Klingon ship. But, you know, it worked out well. Normally on any of my main characters, I don't ever farm these little analysis things, because usually I have so much resources that I don't even care necessarily about selling gear for EC. So I just salvage it all, and if you're salvaging it, not only do you get the salvage, you know, you use to reroll your bonuses on character on your equipment, but you also get materials, crafting materials, when you tear them apart. Don't usually bother picking those up because I'm usually inundated with crafting materials from salvaging equipment. Oh yeah, doing endeavors too. You can get them. You can get those R&D boxes. That's what I'm saying. I don't usually bother even taking the time, a few seconds to pick those up with one of my characters on one of my main accounts. But since this is basically a starting from nothing account, I'm going to do it here. And so I'm kind of my main focus, I think, with this streaming account, I think, is going to be MMO type games, free to play games, the ones that are not big scams. Now that doesn't, I don't care if it has lock boxes. I mean, this game has lock boxes, but you don't have to buy them. You can play the game without them. Some of the other games, they say, oh, you can play the game without it. You don't have to buy the lock boxes or whatever, or like you don't have to, you know, buy all the summoning shards and Raid Shadow Legends. You can play the game without it. I mean, yeah, right. They don't give you enough shards. They don't give you enough silver. They limit how much stuff you can do a day. So, and they force you to do PvP to increase account power. So to get the stuff, like in the little thing that, I can't remember what it's called, but like boost your overall stats for your account, you have to get the medals that you get from doing PvP. So you're constantly going to be competing with other characters that have been playing the game for a lot longer than you, and or that also are whales and spend a bunch of money on the game. So another game that I've been wanting to play, and I'm pretty sure from the research I've done, it's totally playable without really spending any money. But you can whale out and spend even hundreds of thousands of dollars in the game if you're, you know, rich, and, you know, that's your prerogative. Is Genshin Impact. Yeah, PvP's dead in this game. It's basically just a non-issue. I mean, you can do it, but it's not fun. There's no PvP, and even PvE in this game, unless you're trying to, you know, get on the leader marks for ISA or one of those things, like, oh, I can do the highest amount of DPS on the Borg, you know, space conduit TFO or whatever. Like, okay, big deal. Like, as long as I can complete the, you know, the objectives quickly, You know, I can do the TFOs, you know, to get the events and get the new rewards and the new things that come out. As long as I can do these things and I'm not just like dying every 2 seconds, and I can do them in a reasonable amount of time, you know, 10 minutes or something or less, you know, it's kind of a moot point. So really, you know, like if you have any more or less, you know what I mean, any T6 ship, whether it's a free one you got from the winter event, whether it's a free one you got from the summer event, the anniversary event, whether it's the one you got from the KDF Recruit, the bird of prey that I'm flying with this character right now that I'm trying to obviously get unlocked on my Romulan account for all my other character accounts on this, other tunes on this account. If you have a T6 ship, you can be, I mean, basically competitive. I mean, you can do the content in the game, I should say. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be held back. You're not going to hit this wall where you're like, oh, I can't play the content. My character's not good enough. You know what I mean? Which, like, you certainly will hit those types of things in games like Raid Shadow Legends. Like, you'll be like, oh, like I can't even do the PvE content because I don't have enough stuff built out, and it takes forever to build the stuff out. So it's like, oh, I really need to spend money on this game, you know. Or I have seen players, a few, that play at a high level that never spent any money, but they put a lot of time into the game. And not only that, but they play the game in a way that I would not find fun. Now, some people may find it fun, but they literally play the entire game min-maxing every resource in the game. And I don't mean min-maxing their stats. I mean, like, they min-max, like, exactly like, oh, I only use my summoning shards at this point. I only use my silver at this point. I only use this resource at this point. And they have all these spreadsheets that they've made to figure out the best way. And the way they play the game is crazy. And they have to play every single day. And they're putting, you know, multiple hours in every day. And if they miss a day, like, it really hurts their progress, etc. That's just not fun to me at all. So, from everything I've looked at from Genshin Impact, yes, you can whale out. If you want to get every character in the game, you know, the only way to do that is to whale. You know what I mean? There's a pity timer, but you may have to do, you know, 90 summons or 90 wishes, you know what I mean? Which are like their versions of shard pulls or lock boxes. You may have to do 90 to get the character, and then they have all these limited characters, and then they won't come around again for like a year or something. But I didn't get into all the specifics of each character, but you basically, you know, you build a party of, I think it's four characters. So like 1 DPS and like 3 support characters. And you rotate through them with the touch of a button. And the gameplay looks really fun. You know, it has that Legend of Zelda open world style gameplay. And it's anime style. I love. I'm a huge anime fan. I watch more anime. I'm practically an otaku, I guess. I watch more anime than, you know, live action shows and TV and etc. So I like that it's all anime, and like I said, the action looks really good, and it seems like you're constantly just exploring, and like every time you explore, you're just grabbing more and more chests, which are unlocking more and more things. And there's a few things that are gated by time that you can only get so much per day or whatever, but that's fine. But you don't need every character. You don't even need like all of the top characters. And once again, there's no PvE. So with no PvE, or I'm sorry, it's all PvE. There's no PvP. So if there's no PvP, then you're not competing with anybody else, other than, I guess, just to get content unlocked, and you can say, oh look, I've got all of this, and I've got all of that, and I've got all these characters, and I've got these characters maxed, and I've got them in max equipment or whatever. But you can basically play at your own pace. So that's going to be my next free-to-play game that I try. I'm probably just gonna wait though until, because that game is it's an action open world kind of game. I mean, it's an RPG, I guess, but it's like Legend of Zelda. You know what I mean? It's an open world RPG. You're jumping, you're flying, you're platforming. I'm gonna wait a couple of weeks until I've got my new computer built before I play that and try to stream it. And I want to stream that from the beginning of when I start playing it. That's the only thing holding me up playing that. Another game that I play currently, and I may make a new account and play it. It does feel kind of painful to start out brand new. Especially since I've got 2 active accounts I play and a third account that I kind of stopped playing but still has a bunch of stuff on it. Is Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realm, which is an idle game based on Dungeons and Dragons that just is free to play. And that game is also there's no loot boxes. There are these wild offers that bring back things from before that you can get that you can't get them just whenever you want. You can only get them when the wild offer's around, just because they're just things like, if you had been playing from earlier, they were in packs or something earlier. So it's not so much it's not that they've always been wild offers, but it's just there's only so many of them available, and that's just to get what they call golden epics in that game. But you can get your regular equipment up to epic, and then you can get it with you can make it a silver epic, which is almost as good as that anyway, all for free. And you do get a few golden epics somewhat along the way, just for playing the game and during different events. But that's a game where, once again, the goal in that game basically is you do want to collect every character. It's a formation management game, so it's kind of a puzzle game. You have these different formation shapes, and then you have like, well, if this character is in front of these other characters, they boost your damage, or if this character boosts the damage of this type of character, or that type of thing. And so you're building a formation to go through the missions to complete them, hit a certain area level goal, which get harder as you get further into the game. But that game is totally free. So the way that game works is they're on a 4-week rotation. Okay, so they do like 3 weeks. Every 3 weeks they have, or every 4 weeks, I guess, or 3 or 4 weeks, whatever. They have a 3-week event, and during that event, they release a new character, and then you can get that character and the character from the 2 previous years for a total of 3, just from doing that, playing that event, and you can get equipment for those characters specifically directly for them. Okay, and there's like 12 of those or whatever, because they're every month. And then in between all of those, there's what they call a free time gate, where on the weekends, like Friday through Monday or whatever, you get a free time gate, which is where it'll give you a choice of 3 champions, at least one of which that you don't already have, to either unlock a new one or get equipment for the existing ones. So that brings you up to 4 characters you unlock every month. Then they have the evergreen ones, the ones you get just for completing certain levels and things in the game. There's usually at least like one per campaign in the game. You unlock those. So there's ones you get just for completing the in-game content. All right. Then you get what are called time gate pieces. All right. Every like 5 days, just killing a boss or whatever will drop one of those. All right. That just happens every 5 days. It drops one, right? So and that doesn't sound like much. You get one. All right. Well, then there's a perk you get from one of the campaigns that changes one into two. So then you get two every 5 days. That's like two a week. Okay, then you get the patrons unlocked. Okay, the patrons each have their own shops. And what patrons are is you just do the variants, which are the in-game missions, but they'll have some restrictions on it, like you can only use good characters or evil characters. They're Dungeons and Dragons restrictions. So if you're familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, you'll understand kind of what I'm talking about. They'll say like all characters that you use on this mission have to have at least 13 intelligence or less than 13 intelligence or a certain amount of charisma, or you can't use any warrior classes or whatever it is. We have then you have the patrons. And so each one of these patrons, and there's currently 4, they keep adding more. Each one of these patrons has a restriction as well. So like the first one is you can't use characters that are neutral on the good, neutral, evil spectrum. They have to be either evil or good, right? And so that restriction stacks with the other restrictions in the game. So you have 2 restrictions.
General.
But when you complete those, you get reputation progress for that specific patron, which give you more bonuses. I'm getting rated again, right? So you get more bonuses from that patron. They're called patron perks. Then you also get a currency that you spend in the store. Well, of those 4, each one every week, when their stuff resets every week, you can buy a time gate piece from them. So once you get those 4 and the other 2, that means you get your choice of every single week you get another character you can unlock. So you can see pretty quick. That doesn't take that long to get all of the characters. I think on my second account it took me like 6 months and I had every single character unlocked. Then I just unlocked the new one with each event. I may play up. A chance I'll end up playing that on stream. I may start a new one. One of the biggest free-to-play, one of the best things to buy in that game is the familiars. Basically, they're just a little guy that you put on your on something like a level up for a character or whatever. They click it for you, so you don't have to click it. Lets you automate a bunch of things. Every one you have is one more thing you can automate. They give them to you for when they have special events and things. They give them to you, and there's ones you can buy with the in-game currency, the gems. They get increasingly more expensive. So those, like if you can get ones for like $5 or less, if you get a few more, it lets you just automate the game. Easier to play automatically and makes it more effective when it's playing itself in the background when you're not even playing the game, whether you just have it open on your screen or whether you're literally not playing the game. Whether you have it closed, it'll still be making offline progress with that. And so if anybody else in chat or whatever has any good free to play games to recommend, ones that don't require you to pay, just I don't care if you, it can be a little bit pay to win. Like if you pay, you get some advantages, so long as you can catch up with a free account. But ones where you literally can enjoy the whole game and it's not a suffering slog fest without paying any money. anybody in chat wants to recommend any games like that, um, I'd like to have them. I'll put in my list to play on the stream. I think it's like I said, Star Trek Online is what I'm playing right now. It's
Welcome to the CUDA system.
one that I have a ton of
I am Admiral
familiarity in.
Thank you. Your meeting. The majority.
And I find that it's definitely you can play free, and you can do everything a whale would do. Just may not, there may be a couple like the latest lockbox ship you may not have. Big deal. You can get it later. You know what I mean, for free by doing the annual event campaign, etc. So I don't mind that. But games like Raid Shadow Legends, I played that for a while, and it just games that just really try to force you into World of Warships. Yeah, I haven't played World of Warships, but I have played War Thunder, and I would say War Thunder falls into that same sort of category, where I think skill plays a much bigger role, and also if you have other players that you're in a Discord with or something like that, where you're actually doing text chat and you actually really coordinate your efforts strategically on the map, especially when you're in the tanks, the ship levels. A little bit
We have made a
less in the
successful
aircraft
transition.
levels, because obviously it's more open. You know what I mean? So being able to communicate is not as big as advantage as it is, when you're driving a tank through through a city. You know what I mean? When you can actually communicate, when and you can be like, oh, if you go over here and we'll actually set up actual ambushes and things, and we'll actually not just that, but we'll build our the makeup of our tank squadron or our ship fleet with ships that complement each other. Uh, you know what I mean? Like if it's ships, you're like, oh, we got some that are like real good at like anti-aircraft. You know what I mean? We've got some fast ones that are gonna like rush in and torpedo things, and then we'll have our big, boomers that are just, dropping big shells and stuff, from a distance, and laying down suppression fire basically like that to cover for our smaller ships, or that will actually literally block for our smaller ships so that they can move in alongside where they can't be hit, and then they can just pop out and get right up close and get real good and just dump torpedoes into another ship and sink them instantly. So yeah, I can see how World of Warships would be very similar to that. And I find the same thing with War Thunder. I may play some War Thunder on the stream. Um, I wouldn't say I'm particularly good at it. And I did spend some money, but not on premium vehicles. I didn't buy any premium vehicles. The only thing I spent money on was just literally to like boost the XP of my teams that pilot the my pilots and my crew. Oops, wrong way. They have all those bonuses you can get for your pilots and your crew that make them a lot more effective at repairing damage, as it happens, hitting the target, all that sort of stuff. I just use them to level up my crews.
This landmass is unique in fluid. Fascinating.
And that was just a time saving thing. I mean, they were gonna level up anyway. Obviously, they were leveling up. I just was like, gosh, this makes such a big difference on a leveled up crew versus a non-leveled up crew, that I wanted to get them leveled up quickly. So I spent a little bit of real world money just to get them more experience points. But I'm with you there. The premium ships maybe are, in tanks, etc. in that game, they may be a little better, like in a niche or something.
Captain Simmons.
But I think your skill, those games tend to play kind of as an FPS, but with a vehicle, obviously, and a lot more tactics go into it because you're piloting like a ship or something with like 20 weapons on it instead of just an FPS character with a single weapon. at a time. But yeah, I definitely I felt like the ships you get or the tanks you get or that you unlock that are just part of the main branch that don't cost any money, that aren't special ones, uh, were really good. I mean, they were definitely
The Borg
competitive.
attack.
I never was like, oh, I got blasted. I lost because that guy has a premium ship and I don't. You know, it was usually more like, oh, that guy, he outplayed me, or he did something sneaky. You know what I mean? Like he shot me from like through a crack between some buildings or something. You know what I mean? Like he was watching through a little ambush hole basically and just blew me away. Or he was working with his team, and I was just on a team of randos, and we weren't communicating really at all. And they worked in like a pincer move or maneuver or whatever, you know what I mean? Or they like, they sat there and like roped me in, you know what I mean? Like they like came out and baited me. Then when I went after them, they had, two more in wait, like that were just waiting for me to enter the kill box, and then they annihilated me. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. If anybody else has any other game ideas, I'm not real big on first-person shooters. I mean, I've played a little bit of Destiny 2 or whatever. I don't know if that's
The
super free to
Borg
play
presence is
friendly, but
much
it felt that way to me from playing it. I didn't run into anything like right away. Another good sign is,
Unimatrix?
if
It's enormous.
like all the important stuff in the game, like in
I
Raid
admit
Shadow
that it
Legends,
is an impressive structure.
is all behind random summoning shards, etc. So it's all locked behind a gambling mechanic. Like you can't get anything without like the gambling mechanic, and what you get is decides the whole fate of the game. So you're gonna have to do it, or you're gonna have to do these events, like these summoning events where it's like, oh, you need to do 60 summons this month to get the guaranteed prize or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like that's basically just bad. And also, if you're constantly being bombarded like non-stop with like advertisements, that's another good sign. Basically, the ones that have like that mobile game kind of feel to them. I did play another game that I felt kind of was like had sort of a Raid Shadow Legends kind of feel, but without being super sleazy, and that was Eternal Evolution. I mean, they still employ some of the tricks. Like if you've ever watched any of those YouTube videos, Asmongold has like covered a bunch of them. Where the guys show you like all the psychological tricks and everything that they use in these MMOs, these loot boxes, and how they like offer you these crazy good first deals that like you can't pass up. It's like, oh, it's only $2 and it will save me a month's worth of time just to get you to spend money the first time and get your credit card in there or whatever. And then they just they're playing all these psychological tricks with you, just purely to exploit you. I just think that's sleazy. It's just super sleazy. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of loot boxes, but I don't necessarily, I mean, I think it's dumb, the gambling thing. I'd rather just pay for what I want. But like in this game, I've got 3 accounts. All my other accounts are at end game. They're, I would consider them fairly competitive accounts. They all have umpteen characters of all different types, classes, factions. I think they're good enough. They do all the content. I don't ever feel like, gosh, my character, doesn't compete. I can't play the game. I need to buy something. And I've never opened a single loot box other than when they've literally just given me like, oh, here's 5 keys or something in an event. You know what I mean? Like well, other than the Phoenix prize packs. And the only reason I do the Phoenix prize packs is I feel like they're a no-lose situation. I mean, in this game, the upgrades, to use the upgrades takes dilithium. Phoenix prize packs cost dilithium.
The diamond is jamming.
But the
out of
upgrades
the
that you get from them, which is the
destroy it
lowest
before we can
tier
retreat.
item you can get basically out of them, is one of the best upgrades in the game. Well, it's like the third best upgrade in the game, but the other ones are very limited. The ultimate tech upgrades and then the omega upgrades are a much bigger pain in the butt to get, and they're much more limited. So the Phoenix prize pack upgrades are the go-to, and it just feels like you're paying the dilithium up front, which I like much better, because it's like, okay, I paid for it, I got the upgrades when I had the dilithium to do it, and then when I want to use them, because I got a new item that I want to upgrade, or a new character that I'm building out or whatever, I just use them. I don't have to then think, oh, I also need to have dilithium to use this. I played some Phantasy Star Online, Star Online 2. That I didn't feel was very, very predatory. Like, if all you can buy is like skins or XP boost, things that, you know, save you time progressing the game, that's what I like in an MMO. Like, I have no problem if they're like, oh, we'll sell you this thing that helps you get through the game. You get your XP twice as fast, or anything like that. You know what I mean? That literally just saves you some time, but you could just grind it and get it anyway. I don't have a problem with that, because to me, that's actually good game design, because it's like, oh, well, if I can spend money and I can get this thing, it's like I could spend 2 days grinding to get it if I've got plenty of time.
Singularity now.
Which maybe I do.
Recommend an immediate
Maybe
withdrawal.
I don't. It just depends on, you know, what's going on in my life at that time. Or it's like, it's $10. It's like, okay, well, if I make $15, $20 an hour, like, I can just go to work, and for 1 hour's pay, instead of grinding for 2 days, I can work 1 hour at my real job, and I can speed through it. I'm totally okay with anything like that. Skins or little premium things, so long as it doesn't give you a huge advantage, and even if it gives you some advantage, like the winter event ship for Star Trek Online, I think, was the first event ship I've seen, as far as the 3 event ships that they give you free every year type of thing, that had the 2 different ships, 2 different specialization ships. It had intelligence and command, I think. That was something that was only a lockbox ship. Once again, you can get lockbox ships by completing the annual event. Get the coupon for 1 lockbox ship. So, you know, that's right here. You know, this event campaign, premium S tier ship choice. That's a lockbox ship. 1,500 low buy crystals. Lets you get a low buy ship if that's what you want, or you get 2 discount coupons for the in-game, for the cash shop store. Lets you pick out 2 tier 6 ships of your choice. So there is a way to get it. I mean, it might take a year, but there's no PvP in this game. So if you're not competing against other players, or I don't even care if it has PvP, so long as it doesn't force you into PvP. Like, oh, there's this whole tier of rewards that you really kind of
Voyager.
need to do PvE content, like in Raid Shadow Legends. Like, you kind of have to do PvP in Raid Shadow Legends, because otherwise you won't get the medals and things you need to upgrade your account-wide boosts. And so you have to do PvP, which is a pain. And not only that, just what tier you're at PvP gives you another percentage, you know, boost across your whole count. So it's like every one of those things, you know what I mean, is
Congratulations, General.
feels like something that you have to do. Or, you know, you basically do have to do it, or you're not going to be competitive. You have to be competitive, because you won't even be able to complete the PvE content if you don't have competitive teams. Borg. Yeah, if anybody else in chat has any other good games to recommend, I'd love to hear some other recommendations. Like I said, I've played some other games. Like I said, I played Phantasy Star Online. It was good. It just wasn't really my cup of tea the way that action gameplay played. I did play it for a little while, enough to enjoy it. I thought it was an enjoyable experience. I played Final Fantasy 14 for a while. I don't necessarily mind if there's a subscription. Like a lot of times that can work out a lot better than a lot of these, free to play games, that then milk you constantly, just to participate in the game, or even just to buy energy or whatever the resource is that actually lets you do content in the game. Like you're eating it up and they only give you like so much, or like it only replenishes, you get like one every couple of minutes or something, so you have to like wait a day for you to get enough energy so you can actually like play the game again. That feels broken, like a pure cash grab. Final Fantasy 14 I liked, but I was just playing it as like more like a single player game. I like Final Fantasy games in general, and I thought, oh well, this is cool. It's like a Final Fantasy game that will have like new content forever, right? But this, to be honest, just the story in it didn't grab me as much as like a Final Fantasy 7, or you know what I mean, Final Fantasy 10 or 13 or any of those. I think part of it was mostly like the color scheme for most of it. I did like when I got to the part where it was in the gosh, now I can't remember what it's called, but the part where there was like the dragoons or whatever, when you go up north into the cold area, that season or whatever of it, that was really fun. But most of the other ones, I got all the way until you get to you like leave the dimension for the other world. That's like the like the white type world where everything's white or whatever. But the raids and stuff were fun. But I just like the palette of the game. So much of it was like, the characters were, wearing, like gray armor and brown armor and stuff, and the colors were kind of down, somber colors, earthy tones. I mean, obviously, there was characters that weren't, you know what I mean, like you could play summoners and things, you know what I mean, that were brighter colors, and your character could have kind of a bright color. But just the overall color of the game, and also it was just early game just felt so bloated. Now, from what I understand, they've gone back through, because they were talking about doing it like, of course, right after I got through the early game, they were talking about going back through it and stripping a bunch of the content out of the early game, turning them into side quests, which they've done with this game too, so that it's not just, there's not so much just boring, like filler quests, you know what I mean, that are just like, oh, go fetch this, oh, go kill 10 of this guy, go do, like X of this and Y of that, like stuff basically just to do, like when the game obviously was earlier and there wasn't as much actual content in the game. They had to have something for you to do. and that was one of the main things that they did, early on. So just, or literally just like running back and forth or riding a chocobo, having a chocobo carry you back and forth, like, oh, go from this point to here. Okay, go talk to this person. Now go back over there and talk to that person. Tell them what I just told you. Like, okay, just filler for filler's sake, more or less. So yeah, but the game I thought was good, but it's like I said, it just wasn't as if the story would have grabbed me as much as a regular Final Fantasy game, I would have played it all the way, through to Endwalker and all that sort of stuff. But it just didn't. Fortunately, it kept me in for like a long time. I did enjoy it. I think it's a great game, but just couldn't keep me. Just couldn't keep me locked in.
The data from your mission against the Vaadwaur shows they are a bigger...
We have a situation on Kabali Prime. You and I were both asked by...
The Alliance has agreed to a summit meeting with the Dominion to discuss the return of the Herc and what can be done to serve the Empire well.
Victory is life one.
Please, we're low on fuel and supplies. We need help, badly.
Kavan, the High Council has announced several challenges to the Empire, worthy of a warrior such as yourself. Would you like to review them?
This is Station Control. Welcome to Deep Space Nine. Also, Captain...
Hello, I've been assigned to a... Admiral Quinn's office is behind those doors.
The results...
Here is Proconsul Deton's office.
This summit...
Chancellor Jempok has an office here.
This summit may...
Ambassador Odo is here, coordinating security efforts.
I'll be blunt.
There are several Alpha... I believe the Kai is here, in the Bajoran Temple. My father is in my uncle's bar. Hard to believe he used to work there, huh?
I was one. We would have been wiped. It wasn't. Did you have enough?
Hello there. There's something else I should mention. Something else?
It looks like Counselor Garrick is in his old tailor shop. Huh.
Hello there. Surprise. Will there...
The Alliance has asked...
Don't suppose you're here? I do. Can I get you something?
Hello. My husband. Look, if I were this, was there something else?
Ah, you must be... The situation is compounded. I mustered out something on your mind.
There's a number of refugee groups here on the promenade.
It must be a surprise seeing...
We're lucky to be a word of...
This is Jim. Everyone.
Jempa, know this.
If I can have everyone... Thank you all for coming.
Get to that...
Finally got through all that talking. We expected first mission. They wanted, of course, you know, they got all the actors, basically every single person from Deep Space Nine to come and do the voice acting for the game. They definitely wanted to get their most out of their money.
Bad news.
Nice work.
What does that say under at the bottom of your emote there, Crypty? Quite make it out. Clearly looks like a phaser, but I can't read what says at the bottom. Oh, QQ.
Okay. All right. I need...
Might not be a bad idea to make some extra KDF recruits. Those little boxes of dilithium are pretty cool. They actually drop boxes of dilithium. Can't remember though if it only does that during the KDF recruitment event, or if that's anytime you play a KDF recruitment character, even after the event. That'd be good for dilithium farming. Yeah, the recruitment characters can be played every time, but that you see where, you know, like in space and on ground, it drops
The
those
Herc are
those
attacking
purple
the station and
boxes,
several civilian vessels in the
which
system.
is, you know, basically a drop that you
Starfleet
pick up
vessels, this is Quinn.
that's got dilithium in it
Protect
instead of
targets.
you know, junk items that you just sell for EC or you know, salvage for the salvage and for the crafting materials. Yeah, those dilithium boxes. What I'm saying is I don't remember if those are tied to the fact that it's a KDF Recruit character, or if they just happen during the KDF Recruit event. So after the event's over, I know with all the recruits and the temporal agent that you just have to create them during the recruit, and then you can unlock all their stuff whenever you feel like it in the future. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I've got all the recruits and agents and stuff on my other accounts, but I don't remember if that dropping the extra dilithium thing is something that just happens during the event, or if that's something that happens for the recruit all the time, even after the event's over. That's what I was saying. I think you're right. I think it is tied to the event, because I think my Romulan character was getting him too. That would make more sense, I guess, because otherwise, like I said, I'd be highly encouraged to make some more KDF characters, recruit characters, just for farming. You know what I mean? If it's like, oh, well, at the top of the dilithium I get for completing, you know, the patrols or completing the missions, I also get dilithium just for killing the enemies. That's a huge extra bonus. That would really come in handy when trying to farm up dilithium on a new account. Yeah, that's the purple boxes I was talking about. I know you know what I was talking about, but in case anybody else in chat knows,
Plotting the course for beta.
there's that one right there.
May the prophets
If I take
guide
it, 25 dilithium ore. I mean, it's not a lot, but when you're getting them all the time, it certainly adds a nice little bonus. The Omega particles are showing up even.
Honor your ancestors. Fight
now even in mission.
And destroy the herd. Concentrate fire on their capital ships. Chief, I need those systems online.
I will.
Systems online in 60 seconds.
Don't let the frigate swarms get behind you.
Just a few more seconds. Defense systems online. Target the Hurricane. Open fire.
Sure, something's better than nothing. But those little boxes, they tend to add up, you know. I can tell a difference, you know what I mean, and how much dilithium I was getting, you know, like completing a mission like before the KDF recruitment event started on this new account, and after. I mean, I could tell a difference, you know. Doesn't seem like much at the time, but it adds up at the end of the mission. This is a case of these would have been easier if I would have done these missions earlier on when I was like level 20, and it would have scaled the enemy difficulty. At level 50, they're a bit much. Oh, you know what else? Gosh, I'm stupid. I didn't upgrade my free upgrades on my mission reward equipment, you know, like my shields and my engines and stuff. Like I didn't upgrade that stuff when I got to level 50 on this character, or my weapons either, for that matter. Gosh, that's dumb. Okay, that's priority number 1. guys read Omega article? A little.
That was the last of them.
The Herc threat is real. If they are foolish and serve the Empire well.
Congratulations, General.
Hey, more duty officer. And I got a doctor. I had a new doctor. be focusing on the marauding ones. That we're getting marauding rank up to 4. Kit module. Too. I need to get some better kit modules. Yeah, I'm trying to do this without any sort of, I don't know if I'd call it cheating, but like, I mean, I could make this go a lot easier by using my other account, opening up a second game window and loading up one of my other accounts and like crafting myself a whole bunch of, you know, rare, you know, kit modules and, you know, weapons and stuff, you know what I mean? Which I'm trying to show, like, if you didn't have any help at all, I guess, playing the game. Yeah, this is my 4th account actually. But yeah, I'm trying to show, like, you know, if you played the game and you didn't have any of that other stuff, you know, anybody to help you at all. But I mean technically, you know, like, I've just given away that stuff to plenty of players. You know, I meet a player in game and they're like, hey, can you help me like finish this mission? Like, I'm having trouble. Can you tell me what I need to do? And I'm like, oh, no problem. Look, I'll just help you out or whatever. You know, I'll come, you know, party up with me, you know, and then so I match your level and we'll just go clear that content, you know, because it doesn't matter to me. You know, it's fun to play with new players. And so I'll be like, oh, just give me 1 second. And I'll craft them like a whole set of gear and kit modules and stuff, and I'll be like, here you go, here's stuff for all your bridge officers, you know what I mean? Like, so it's not like you can't get that stuff, you know. Plenty of times you can find people happy to craft it for you, you know. But trying to do this is like, if you didn't have any resources at all, you know what I mean? And I'll even give them, be like, you know, here's a million, you know, EC credits or whatever, you know, like, who cares? It's like nothing in the game, you know. Or I give them, like, you know, holographic, you know, bridge officers, you know what I mean, from lockboxes, you know, that I bought out of the store for, you know, 100,000, you know, ECs a piece or whatever. Basically chump change. This is where, like, as I was saying earlier, like, you know, you could really spend a tiny little bit of money and get yourself a huge boost now with dilithium being at 500 to 1 Zen, and they've got a dilithium or a Zen bonus when you buy the stuff on the ARC website. So if you spend $10, you get $12 worth. So that's 1,200. That would be 600,000 dilithium I could get for $10. It's super tempting. And then I could, you know, open, you know, I probably spend 480,000 of it or whatever on, like, Phoenix boxes and open them all up, and then I have piles of Phoenix prize packs that I could use. Phoenix Tech upgrades that I could use, and I could upgrade all the stuff that I'm using to Mark 15, and that would make a huge difference. And I may even get some rarity upgrades along the way. Yeah, I got 3 accounts. I have my main account that I started playing, which I spent money on. I basically didn't spend anything until I got to like level 50 or 60ish. You know what I mean? This was back when the level cap was 60, before they upped it to 65, before Victory is Life was out and all that. So you know, years ago, not way back to the inception of the game. I tried it during the early beta of the game, and I didn't like it back when it was just Klingons versus Federation, and it was kind of a two-sided affair, you know. Yeah. So then I
need your help with a very sensitive mission. A former...
At least do the ones that give us some...
The Dominion has asked the Alliance to...
Odo's found something intriguing in the Masan system.
What? That one's got the throwing knives.
Empersa, the home world of the... I could use your help with some...
Hardest one, but I...
Empersa, if you'll excuse me.
That waveform beacon that'll let me summon the Herc Swarm to help me out. That's a big plus.
Odo's found something intriguing in the Masan system.
I'll do this one to get the kit
They're saying you...
My apologies for the quality of the transmission. I'm contacting you on an encrypted...
Good luck.
Which... Yeah, I had my main account, so I started spending money. When I got to level 50, I bought like a ship. Then I created another character. When I got that character up to like level 50, I bought like another ship. So I've got a good handful of ships, several characters. And then, yeah, after my son played for a little while, he just had one character, but he bought a couple of tier 6 ships that I didn't have. You know, the Prometheus one that splits apart.
I only recently learned of the station
I don't
here.
remember what the other one was.
It's very old.
I was like, oh, well, I'd like to try those ships. So I started playing.
They're not targeting us.
Playing characters, playing through all the events on his and creating a bunch of characters. Got his like full up with characters. It has all the event stuff unlocked. And then maybe it was, I think it was during Victory is Life.
There's no need.
Odo, it's
right around there that I was like,
disable. Odo must not be harmed.
I thought about it and I was like, I'd like to try to play like a totally free-to-play account without buying anything. So my third account is an account where I didn't spend a penny. Now I've got a bunch of stuff from the C store. I've got like the Jem'Hadar, you know, the Dominion starter kit that's got the Vanguard and it's got the Jem'Hadar Dreadnought in it. I've got the Pharisee and the Cation races unlocked. I've got some stuff out of Mud Store, but I did all that by just converting extra dilithium into Zen, so I didn't actually spend any actual money.
The Tane. Cease hostilities.
You certainly know how to make my days more interesting.
And it's got a ton of stuff. In fact, it's got so much stuff. I was my first day I streamed, I played that account before I
Captain Kira makes a good
created
point.
the new one, or I had created it, but I hadn't started playing it yet. And I was like playing it, and I was like looking, reclaiming a bunch of my event stuff, and I was like,
we have no idea what to expect.
Why don't I have the Bajoran Interceptor? I was like, man, there must be something wrong with my account, you know? It must have got deleted or something somehow. Like, maybe I might have to put in something to support. Like, what happened to my Bajoran Interceptor? And where's my prolonged phaser and my prolonged photon torpedo items from the event store? And I was like, I had everything else. I had like,
well done. Main
10
power is
event
back
ships
online.
or more.
We'll be able to access other systems, including
all
the
this
data
stuff, and I was
core.
like, "Where's my stuff?" I'm
Let's
like,
find
"Gosh,
an
some stuff's
access
missing. That's
console
weird."
and see what's in there.
And then only after I stopped
Hopefully
playing,
the
and then I
data
remembered. I'm
files
like,
aren't
"Oh yeah, that's right. I'm
corrupted
playing my
beyond
free-to-play
repair.
account, so that's why it has a couple things that doesn't. It's missing a couple things that I had on my main account that I started playing earlier." But it's got so much. I mean, it's got so much stuff that's like, you know, promos in the Z store, like the Julian Bashir holograms. You know, the medical kit. You know, medical promo that they released or whatever. That's got the medical vanity shield and the Julian Bashir holographic bridge officer and
Research report.
all sorts of stuff like that. You know what I mean? I had a bunch of stuff in the store, you know, and even C-store ships that I've bought in that, you know what I mean, like, and even both of those accounts, like I've got so many ships and all on both those accounts that, or on all of those accounts, I think all 3 of my accounts.
Research report.
Unbelievable.
Still have my tier 6 coupons from completing the first annual event in them. Because I completed the annual event and I was like, no, there's not really any C-store ships I want right now. I'll just leave the coupons in my inventory. They've got all this stuff like sitting in the account bank that I didn't even bother using. Because I had so much stuff that I didn't feel pressed to. Obviously on this new account that I just created, when I get to the annual event, and I'm even like on this event I'm on the resets on the 20-hour cooldown, not just, you know, same time each day every 24 hours. So I could try to get a couple extra days in. I mean, the dilithium will be nice. The extra dilithium you get for completing the event daily after you've already got the prize, but mostly because I want the extra credit towards the annual event to get the ships.
We must be close to the core. I'm still the Odo.
So this one, yeah, I'll definitely, you know, buy a couple of C-store ships, you know, as soon as I can for the ships, for the consoles, for the starship traits.
Well, that answer, it gets worse. Worf and Martok need to see this.
He does such a good job in this game of like tying everything together. I mean, they go back and in this game and they cover virtually everything that ever happened in the previous shows that was like kind of open-ended, or you were like, oh, I wonder what happened with that, or I wonder where those aliens came from, or what happened to them after their episode on the show. And it
picking up
pretty much wraps up all that stuff. Pretty much you can almost guarantee anything, like anytime you hear a character in TNG or Deep Space Nine or something say, I wonder what's going to happen to these people after we leave here. Almost every single one of those is, you know, they've done episodes and seasons and stuff in this game that like explain, oh, well, that's what happened after we left, or okay. They're like, oh, you know, that explains more about that. And then they also tie all the stuff together. So like you got the Fek'hri, and it's like, oh, well, here you go. It turns out the Fek'hri were made by the Dominion, just like they made the Jem'Hadar. They were kind of like early Jem'Hadar. Yeah, but it's nice that they've got the, you know, the lore, and the writers and people that work for the show actually like read the lore, you know what I mean, and are like such avid fans of the show that they put all these, you know, Easter eggs and fan service things in them, you know what I mean? Because I mean, you see so much, especially nowadays, that like, you know, like when you look at TV shows and stuff, like people have basically like zero respect for the source material.
More incoming. We need an exit.
It's nice how much
fast.
you see how much love this gets, and then you're like, then you see things like, you know, The Witcher on Netflix, and it's like, oh, they just, you know, they had all this source material from the game, they had a beloved world, you know, they had a star for the show who loves the games and the books, and was like, all he wanted to do it for like the next, you know, 7 seasons. He wanted to be involved, and he just wanted them to be, you know, true to the source material. And, you know, the writer's like, oh God, you know, we don't really like the books. We want to like just write our own stories and don't have anything to go. We just want to change things like randomly for our own reasons, you know, like it's one thing to change stuff if it makes sense, you know, or you know, there's some sort of a disconnect, you know, but to just change stuff just because you're like, oh, I like my story better,
Nerys,
you know, than the source material, and then, you know,
I'll manage.
you end up running
Let's
off
get
your
out of
star,
here while
and
we
then your
can.
show fails, and you're like, oh, why'd that happen? And it's like,
victory is
well,
life.
why'd you think you knew better than the source material? What's the point of starting with an IP that people love if you're not going to follow the IP? Which is part of why I think, you know, a lot of the Marvel, Marvel, you know, they've respun those characters, you know what I mean, like a bunch of times, you know what I mean, like they have the multiverse stuff going on, you know, even in the comic books, you know, so there's a lot of that stuff that just happens, you know, like, oh, you can kind of go any which way with it, but you know, that was what brought the Marvel movies back, is they're like, oh, we're going to try to follow a lot of this, you know, source material stuff.
I think we've worn out.
You know what I mean? And we're going to try to actually bring the characters that you love to get, you know, back, you know, into this universe in a way that you'll actually, like, where the characters are actually like themselves. Endgame was really good. After that, you know, some of it's been good, and you know, but
looks like the Herc followed us down.
I don't know how much longer it's going to be good, but yeah, you get kind of burnt out. I mean, what do they have, like 40 movies or something now?
I wonder what they want.
And then them just doing like woke stuff just to do woke stuff. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you can be progressive and you can have a political opinion. I mean, like, look at Star Trek. I mean, look at the original series. Look at the Next Generation and stuff. I mean, they've done all this, like, vastly progressive stuff. But you know what? They do it in a way that's not obtrusive and not judgy. You know what I mean? They just, like, put stuff in the, like, put characters in the background or, like, even in the foreground. But they don't feel like they have to, like, make social commentary on it about it for like 20 minutes of like talking about like, oh well, this is how it should be. No, they just like put stuff in there, and it's just like, it's just matter of fact, it's just accepted, like, oh, that's just, you know, that's just normal. We live in a sci-fi world, you know, it's in the future, these things are just normal, we don't have to make a huge deal about them, you know. Yeah, I didn't watch She-Hulk. To be fair, I don't think I've watched really any of the Marvel TV shows except for Loki. And Loki was really good. Or at least I thought Loki was really good.
Keep moving.
But the
We're
other
almost
ones,
there.
I don't think I've watched any. Well, I mean, I watched most of the seasons of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I started watching it when it was actually like broadcast on TV, and then I kind of got sick of it, and then I came back to it and watched. I don't think I've watched. I got to the point where like after Colton died, and then like a kind of like a mirror universe Colton like came back, and I was just kind of like, okay, like, you know, this is a bit much. You know, this is just getting a bit, you know, corny. And I don't mind when they, you know, like if you change a character's race because you got a good actor to play him that's gonna, you know, that's gonna make the show better, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like a perfect example is Samuel L. Jackson in the Marvel Universe. You know what I mean? In the comics, Nick Fury is white. You know what I mean? In the movies, he's Samuel L. Jackson. But you know what? doesn't matter because Samuel L. Jackson is an awesome actor, and it's like hard to picture anybody else, any other actor playing Nick Fury now after Samuel L. Jackson, because he just did such a fantastic job with it. But when they just change stuff just to change it for like no reason, and not only that, but they'll pick somebody that's like not even a good fit for the role, you know what I mean? But they don't play the role right, they don't have the right attitude for the role, like, or personality, or they write him in a stupid way.
Once we return to the upper levels.
Yeah. It's just dumb. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you just do things subtly, you can do stuff subtly and it's more impactful. I mean, like, if you go watch the very first episode of The Next Generation, and when they're splitting the ship, right? When they're separating the saucer section off the Enterprise, and everybody's like running through the Enterprise, like getting to their, you know, their battle station posts or whatever it is, you know what I mean, basically, to prepare for that. You see the guy that's like, you know, the tall, like, you know, pretty buff looking guy, you know, that runs by, and his uniform has like a skirt instead of pants. He's wearing a skirt. And you know what? They never talk about it. They didn't even put it in any future episodes. Though the dress uniforms that the Starfleet people wear are sort of like dress kilty like, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's fine. It's like nobody cares. Like, you didn't make the whole show about like, oh, every man in the show needs to wear a dress all the time now, like, and you don't have to talk about it, you know, and make a big deal about it generally, you know? And if you do say something about it, you make a joke about it, like their dress uniforms that they wear, you know, how they're kind of dressed like in the Next Generation. And Worf and Riker are talking about it, and he's like, I still say these uniforms look like dresses. And Riker's like, oh, Worf, but you have great legs for it or something, you know? He just makes like he just makes a joke, you know, and like, you know, teases him about it. So, I mean, and if you do that, it's so much better because you're like, oh, so it's just acceptable. Like, we don't have to make a big deal about like this character is gay or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it's just dumb, you know what I mean? Like, they tried to make a big deal, like, in Discovery, like in all the interviews and stuff, they tried to be like, oh, the Trill character is like transgender, and it's like, the Trill character is transgender? Like, what do you mean the Trill character is like transgender? Like, how does that even make sense? Like, we've had Trill characters, like, especially in Deep Space Nine, like, you have Dax, okay? The Dax symbiote has gone through multiple, like, male and female, like, hosts. It's changed gender, like, a ton of times. It's sci-fi. It fits in. Like, it has a lore. It makes sense. Like, it's not just done for, like, wokeness sake. You know what I mean? Or even if that was their intention, they just made it, you know, sci-fi. Like, oh yeah, it's sci-fi. You know, like, you're a symbiotic species, so yeah, it would make sense that sometimes you're a woman and sometimes you're a man, like, over the course of your umpteen lifetimes. Like, nobody even, like, really thought twice about it. Like, I don't remember ever hearing people be like, oh gosh, you know, like, that's so political, you know, how the Trill, you know, like, they go from being male to female, you know, as they switch bodies over the course of, you know, their umpteen lifetimes, you know? It's just unnecessary. And even like when he did the Jin-Ta ritual or whatever, where they, you know, took even when they did like the ritual where you know, all of Dax's friends, you know, the other characters on Deep Space Nine, each, you know, took over one of the previous lives so that he could interact. They had Quark do one of Dax's female previous lives, you know what I mean? And it was like fine, like, it was a little funny, you know what I mean? Like, or, you know, when Quark had to pretend to be a woman, you know what I mean? Like, in that Ferengi episode or whatever, you know, like, or they turned him into a woman, I don't remember which, like, but they just do that with their advanced science, you know what I mean? Like, it's whatever.
Just as the Fek'hri are warping us.
Yeah, nobody cared about what she was. It was, like, immaterial to the plot, you know what I mean? I mean, like, it was part of the plot. Like, there was basically whole episodes about it, but they didn't make it, like, ultra political. My favorite Voyager episodes, probably the Borg episodes. I mean, the last season of Voyager is pretty dope. I mean, the ending of Voyager was like really good. I'll be honest, when Voyager was
but I'm sure they're saying
congratulations,
was first coming out, I watched it for a little while, and then I was like, dude, it's just like every episode is like, are we gonna get home? When are we gonna get home? We're trying to get home, and there's never any other Federation around. It's just them all by themselves. And I was like, this would be better if they weren't just always trying to get home. If they were just doing more regular, Starfleet stuff. But like in retrospect, I've watched the series, like almost all the Star Trek series probably like 10 times a piece, except for the latest ones. I haven't watched all of the latest ones. I've watched Strange New Worlds. I've watched Discovery almost to the end of the 3rd season. The 2nd season I've watched 2 or 3 times. I really like Captain Pike in it. And then I watched season 1 of Picard, which I thought was pretty good, if though really depressing. I haven't watched season 2, and I haven't watched Prodigy. Oh, I have watched all of Lower Decks. Yeah, I don't have anything against the new Trek. I just, it's just kind of on my list to watch. I don't know. I've heard like not the greatest thing about the later seasons of Picard, but I mean, I take that stuff with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? I might like it just fine. Like I said, I thought the first season was pretty good, except it was just like, kind of gut wrenching to watch. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, all your favorite characters are now just, I mean, they're still pushing through their hardships, but they're all like broken. They've all gone through like seriously messed up stuff, like more so than just the stuff that happened to them, like as the part of their careers. You know what I mean? During the initial shows, like they're all broken now. But I thought it was okay. Strange New Worlds I liked. I think I like Disco season 2. I like Pike in that better, I think, than Strange New Worlds because of the ties to the old TOS. Even though I don't like much of the original series, the like handful of episodes of the original series I do like include the one like with Pike in it. You know what I mean? And the cage and those. Yeah, I agree. It's not all going to be home runs. And season 3 of Discovery I like okay, but it had that same sort of early on Voyager feel where it's like, oh, we're all alone, and it's like, why do we always have to be like, oh, look, the tiny little Federation that's basically wiped out, or we're so far from home that we're all by ourselves, one lonely little ship, like traveling through space. It's like, I kind of liked it when they had more of a context going on. You know what I mean? Like with the allies. I mean, in season 1 of Discovery, I think I've watched twice, but I'm pretty sure I've watched season 2 like 3 times or more. I haven't watched season 4 of Discovery, but season 2 is definitely my favorite. I mean, Pike was just unbelievable. I think he might be my favorite captain at this point. You know what I mean? He's just like the epitome of like what a Starfleet captain should be. You know what I mean? I think if Discovery hadn't drastically changed the way the Klingons looked, I don't think people would have hated it as much. You know what I mean? I think the drastic change on the Klingons just felt unnecessary. Yeah, and same thing with Disco. I feel like it's going to be better to watch it. You know what I mean? As there's more seasons. Like I said, I got towards the end. I got all the way in season 3 to the end where the Orion Syndicate lady like captured the Discovery, where she put like the brain control thing on Stamets or whatever, and like stole the Discovery. And Burnham and them were on the like the thing with the Calpian who had actually caused all the Dino universe to get more or less to get like wiped out.
No.
Like I said, I think it'll just be better
This
like
is
further
your
on,
worst idea
where it's like
yet.
I know like okay, like if I just get through,
Really,
you know what I mean? This like,
you worry
and
too
I'll
much,
and I'll
Borg.
even
I got
appreciate,
this.
you know what
Oh,
happens
thanks.
in season 3 to set up for like season 4.
Clark,
It's like the same thing with Enterprise.
The free
I know a lot
trade
of
will
people
get
don't like
to
Enterprise, but I actually like Enterprise. I thought it was good. Now the
some
season
doggo,
3
people dizzy.
with the Zindia stuff.
One loss to remove suspicion.
Initially watching through it, it was like same sort of thing. Like okay, one ship in the Delphic Expanse, all alone. You know, like nobody else to talk to. Which, you know, like Enterprise kind of had a little bit of that already, just because. You know, they were the only like Warp 5 or Warp 6 ship or whatever Starfleet had, and the others were you know, the others Earth, you know, Terran, Starfleet vessels or whatever, like Federation vessels. Well, not Federation, you know, because they were just Earth. There obviously was no Federation yet, because that's the Klingons and the Tellarites and the, you know, Earth and all them joined together. But you know, they're all like Warp 1 or maybe like, you know, the latest thing the cargo ships are using is like Warp 2, you know. So they were kind of alone, but they would still like always be interacting with the you know, the Vulcans, which were more advanced, you know what I mean? So
Chief O'Brien needed me to fix it once.
yeah, I don't hate the Klingons. I'm just saying the way that they look, the design change, like, you know what I mean, like the way their foreheads and stuff look. I think that turned so many people off. I can just look past that. It's like not that big a deal to me personally. But I get, you know what I mean, like
Once I'm in, I can install a back door.
I get why that turned off a lot of people, and I feel like if they just wouldn't have done that,
the system
I mean, like I said,
Quarks.
I don't really care. I mean, you know what I mean, like I'm over it. I think it's fine. It doesn't bother me in this game.
She's heading back, Rom. Get out of there.
The disco Klingons don't bother me in this game. They don't bother me in the TV shows anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's fine, but I'm just saying I think it probably would have got less hate if they just hadn't changed that one thing.
Relax,
you know what I mean?
Everyone. It's
they
done.
could have made them
I'm
look
on my way
different,
back.
but I think they just went like so far just because they were like, oh, we've got to put our own spin on this. Like we can't just you know, kind of leave them alone. And yes, the Klingons in the original series, I agree with you. They bother me more. Where basically they're like, we look just like tanned humans with like, you know, slightly pointy eyebrows. So I don't mind what they did in TNG, but it just feels like, you know, the TNG era Klingons were like Klingons for, you know, 4 shows. You know what I mean? Like
intelligence officer.
and they were good, and everybody was happy with them. You know what I mean?
Intelligence officer's log starting 8.
I think they could have changed them less. Like
All right,
perfect
Mom.
example
Deal
is like I've seen
You found the Iconian,
clips and
so
stuff
I guess it's my turn.
of season 3 of Picard, right?
And that's the job.
And you've got, you know, Worf is in season 3 of Picard, and he doesn't look like the Klingons from Discovery. You know what I mean? Like they changed him, but they didn't go like super extreme. You know what I mean? Like I like the way the Andorians look in Discovery. They made them, you know, like sort of more aggressive looking, gave them more of like a square, sharp edged face than the Andorians in Enterprise. it's not that I hate that they changed them. I just think they went so far that they just kind of alienated people. You know, there was a lot of people that just couldn't see past that. I mean, you remember when Discovery came out, that's all they talked about was like, oh, the Klingons, you know, lobsters on their foreheads, like blah 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 blah. And it's like, you know, I watched, you know, the first 2 episodes that they aired on TV of
getting in's the easy part
of Discovery, and I was like, oh, this looks pretty good, you know what I mean? And honestly, that if there was something else I didn't like from Discovery, or maybe I should say that it's they're lucky I like Discovery at all, because they used one of the tropes and things from Star Trek that I hate the most, and that's the mirror universe.
We're too close. They can see us.
I just always thought the mirror universe doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like, I get that there's umpteen dimensions, but it's like, oh, we every single time, doesn't matter whether it's in TOS or TNG or even in this game, you know, like 100 years later or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Even in all these different things, it's like things still don't diverge enough that we are missing people. Like, we still have the same characters. It's just like an evil version of every character. You know what I mean? Or if the character was more of an evil character originally, then they're like a good character, and it's like, I just feel like that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Nog, you're our engineer.
Yeah, the original series, I mean,
we're up first, Nog.
I'll be honest, I hadn't watched it since, you know, like I had watched, you know, some episodes and stuff when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like, the things I like from the original series are some of the movies. Like the second movie, I like the third movie.
We'll have to disable security.
It's okay, you know, Search for Spock is okay. The fourth movie is good, and that's kind of it.
Got it. And
but then when I went back and watched the original series, and I was like, okay, yes, the episodes I like from the original series were just the ones I remembered, and the ones I didn't remember, like, a lot of them were just not interesting, hardly watchable. You know, it's so dated because of, you know, the fact that it was, you know, made in the 60s. It's like watching the really old Doctor Who stuff. I can't watch that either. You know what I mean? Like, I like Doctor Who, but it's like the old stuff is so old that it's like, it's not immersive because the effects are so bad. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine if you're doing something and you want it to be intentionally be corny. You know what I mean? Like in Goofy, like, oh, look at this old stuff. Like, we'll have a ship, you know, and you can actually even see like the strings it's hanging from. But when you're trying to watch it be immersed, like in the original series, like I like, you know, the first episodes of The Cage, the one with Captain Pike. I like the one that where they first run into Khan.
Hold on, Uncle.
You know, Khan Noonien Singh. There's a couple others. You know what I mean?
That looks like more than we can handle.
That I remember, but a lot of them, you know, like they just don't hold up well.
Think I can lock the door behind once it's gone.
Great idea. Do that quickly.
And then they also they because they were made in the 60s and they were, you know,
right here,
dealing with, you know, like civil rights stuff of the time. You know, like the politics stuff doesn't match, and it doesn't match the it doesn't match the modern show. So like watch the last episode of like the Next Generation, or I mean of the original series, and you've got that woman, and she like she's like taking over she takes over Kirk's body so that she can be captain of a starship, because like, oh, women aren't allowed to be captains in Starfleet, you know, because it's a military organization, you know, like women aren't allowed to be captains. And it's like yeah, but then in every other like Star Trek series, you know, because they're either as progressive as current society or more progressive, it's like, oh, there's like plenty of women captains. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, even in you know, like Discovery and all that. You know what I mean? So, no, I know that's what I'm saying, but it just shows its age too much.
Got it.
And like I said, there's those handful of like good episodes, the ones that you like remember, you know, and that, you know, things have been based on like since then, and you're like, oh yeah, these are good. You know what I mean? Like the one with the you know, the Iconian portal.
Congratulations,
The play that comes back in season 3 of Discovery, the one that sends the Mirror Universe, Philippa Georgiou, the Empress, the ones that sends her back in time or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. That episode's fine, but then they just have, like you said, like a lot of ones, like the ones where like the beatnik hippies like take over the Enterprise, basically. Like they convince everybody to be like lazy and like just sit around and do like drum circles and stuff all day.
Can we
and
drop
like,
their rear shield for a moment?
like, okay.
From the other console? Why?
You'll see.
My favorite is the TNG stuff, and Enterprise is good too. I've watched that a bunch of times.
An insurance policy.
I think Enterprise is more interesting than TOS because it's like super early. It's like kind of in between, you know, like
shooting some.
It's more in between. It's before the Federation's even founded and stuff, you know. And it's like it's also interesting, like how the relationship the humans have with the Vulcans, where the Vulcans are like, you know, treat them the way like the Federation treats like non-warps, you know, species when they meet them, you know. They're like, oh, yeah, you can develop this stuff, but you need to make. We're not going to help you, and until you prove to us that it's like, oh, 100% perfect, you know, and flawless, and up to our level of, you know, like risk and, you know, our level of technical sophistication, we're not going to let you use it. Like, you know, like they're trying to scrap the Warp 5 project and all this stuff. You know, they're trying to hold them back, you know, and they have this sort of disagreeable relationship that they, you know, which bleeds into, you know, like Archer's view of the Vulcans and how he, you know, eventually like gets over that and they start to, you know, get along better, and, you know, then. But like I said, I really liked it. I thought season 1 and 2 were good. Season 3 with this Indy is fine, except that it's whenever they go with this, like, I guess I don't like it so much when they go with this long overarching plot. Like, it's fine if that's sort of happening in the background, but I want I like the more episodic content. So like then when they got to season 4, I really liked that. I thought that was cool. You know, they had the stuff with Brent Spinner in it, where they did the Orion stuff, where they did with the augments and the Klingons, and that's another thing that kind of bothered me with the Klingons, is not so much that they changed the way the Klingons looked, but they went so far out of their way in like Deep Space Nine and Enterprise to explain why the TOS Klingons and the TNG Klingons didn't look the same. You know what I mean? Like to fix the lore so it wasn't just retconned. And then Discovery was just like, I just forget that. Like, we'll just make them look like this, and you can just like ignore the fact that they don't look the same, and we'll just pretend like, you know, that Klingons in TNG look like the ones from Discovery, or vice versa, or whatever. Like, just do your own little mental gymnastics.
I make some noise.
You know what I mean?
The big one will come to investigate. This isn't work.
Like I said, it
fun.
wasn't the end of the world or anything, but it was like, gosh, they went through all these hoops. You know what I mean? Like in the Trouble with Tribbles. So once again, there's another episode from TOS that was good. Was like the Trouble with Tribbles episode that you remember. And of course, they went back and did it in Deep Space Nine, where they, you know, the Orb of Time sent them back to Trouble with Tribbles. They used the video from Trouble with Tribbles. I thought that was cool. It was like, oh, that's funny. You know what I mean? It's great the way they like tied that in. And then also, you know, they explained that how the engineering and the command staff had like changed colors of their uniforms, yellow and red, how they switched them or whatever.
See if I can cause a distraction.
They talk about that, you know, like they're like, aren't you wearing the wrong color? And they're like, no, and this time it's this color or whatever. So that was cool. And then also in season 2 of Discovery, there's that episode that actually starts out where it shows like previously on Star Trek, and then it shows a remastered video from you know, the aliens, you know, on the planet where Pike has, you know, where Burnham takes Spock to, you know, and they help fix his memory and stuff, you know what I mean? I can't remember the name of them or whatever, but you know, that forbidden planet that you're not allowed to go to or whatever, the ones that make you see illusions and all that sort of stuff. They showed the stuff from the original series with Leonard Nimoy and stuff in it, you know, when they went there, you know what I mean? I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, I never expected to see like a TOS, you know what I mean? Like, remastered into like higher quality
How are you at trinary conversion?
thing when they said previously on Star Trek, and then they showed me something from the original series.
Don't worry, Uncle. I've got your back.
I should check and see if I can't remember if the Leck's throwing knives count as a melee weapon. I don't think they do, but if they do, it'd be useful to get the melee kills part of the Klingon recruit out of the way. It'd be a lot easier than having to like run up and hit people with a bat'leth.
You know, you were supposed to shoot me if I got pulled into another one of these.
I thought you meant rescue operations. I can shoot you later if you'd like.
No, it just wouldn't be the same.
Yeah, like I said, TOS to me is a lot of the episodes are just like the old Doctor Who stuff from the 60s. It's like, it's okay, but it's just, you know, so dated. I mean, I love the reboot Doctor Who stuff, the David Tennant stuff, you know what I mean? Matt Smith.
Ha! I'm impressed!
I haven't watched through all the latest
That's one
Doctor.
word
I've
for
watched
it.
maybe half of it. They started getting a little heavy-handed with the woke stuff.
We left some guarding the trophy room.
It wasn't as bad to me as like a lot of people were like, oh, it's just
okay,
too
Uncle.
feminist,
We
too
can
woke,
handle
and
that.
I was like, I mean, I know they made a big deal about the Doctor being a woman. That's fine, and the Master is a woman. You know, that's fine. Like that didn't bother me. I didn't care about that.
All right, now
that's
let's
fine.
find
I
the
mean,
package. It has to be in
changes
one of the
bodies
display
all the
cases
time.
around
Like,
the
what
room.
difference does it make? Kind of like the Trill. But just some of the other things, you know, where they were like, okay, clearly, like, it felt like they had done them just to
Package located.
just to push some kind of agenda.
Sword of
Like the
Chaos. Now we need to
episode with the
retrieve it.
pregnant man,
I
and they're
can
like,
use
oh, on our
this
planet,
to-
the
I
men
can
give
just
birth to
scan the
men and the
machine
women
for
give birth to
you.
women.
You of all-
I think they were like all homosexual or something. Like, okay, well, how is How is that progressive if like everybody is homosexual? You know, on that planet or whatever. Then like that's not any different than like nobody being homosexual. You know what I mean? This doesn't you have like no choice. There's still a normal and an abnormal. You know what I mean? But it just felt like they were like, oh, we're just gonna show pregnant man. Like it would have been fine, but it just felt like they were pushing it too hard. Like, oh, we're doing this to, you know, show that, oh, look, men can be pregnant too. And it's like, okay, like I don't care about that in sci-fi. It doesn't bother me. Like if you want to do stuff like that in a sci-fi show, like it's perfectly fine. But it just felt heavy-handed and like it had a political agenda that was unnecessary. And I feel like I kind of feel like I've seen a Star Trek or some sci-fi show where the men were pregnant anyway or something. You know what I mean? Like it seems like I've seen that in sci-fi shows before. Like so, it wasn't even that novel.
Quark to my. And look. Thanks for sticking around.
We've got a problem. The cloak's offline!
Terrific. This is what I get for buying it from Galen.
Don't worry, I'll be running it again. I just need
I have an actual battle cloak, so I can just cloak anyway.
Where's Front?
We found another way back.
Oh, that's lame. So even though I actually am like legit cloaked with my own actual battle cloak, like they can still see me. I mean, I guess it makes sense for the supposed plot of that we're using a borrowed cloaking device, but still doesn't make mechanical sense in the game.
Just one more minute. Keep us safe.
Run away, run away. All we're doing is waiting out time anyway.
Those ships are attacking each other as much as they're attacking us.
We're getting hit hard here. Ha! I got the cloak back up. Cloak's up.
I don't know about the rest.
Quark and Nog told me you did a grunt.
Based on the scans. Now, this is... I'm reading trace... We have a 4,000-year-old weapon made of a
He's
herb
up!
carrot.
Considering how...
Congratulations, General.
Let's see if Leck Knives count as melee. I mean, are, but let's say ranged attack, but never know. Sometimes this game can be a weird thing. $54. Left more to go. I wish I would have done home earlier when I was lower level, and wish it would have been easier. Gosh, all the swarms of Herc ships and Herc Ratzuli attendants and stuff. I really want that phased waveform beacon that summons the swarm. That's like an instant win button.
I arrived here. That's right.
We may be needing your solution to this problem soon, Doctor.
I think that's the best
since yours failed.
ship summon in the game. Even over the event ones like the Beacon of Kalis and all of those. power into my shields.
Target's shield has failed.
My ship won't last much longer. We need to deal
This is
with
the
the swarm
Chimera.
attacking
We're here
it
to help.
immediately.
We've got some mean strategies in this game, huh? Like, oh yeah, we'll have the Verdant Ravagers. We're gonna go ahead and have them lock you in a tractor beam while the Chidyat Swarmers are like all around and just rip you apart. Chewed me out. Raider ship's not very good against little heart ships. More little ships. I guess I could have tried to cloak and run away, maybe.
Well done.
It's as and the heart from what we've there's a We did it.
I'll send...
Right.
Loris and I have all we need.
It didn't go so bad. Part's gonna be a slog, though, I'm sure.
We'll need to find their central computer core. Once we're there, I'll begin the over...
Enemy life signs ahead. Get ready to fight. Proceed with caution. I'm reading numerous hazards in the area. This section of the ship has taken heavy damage.
Nope, doesn't count as my...
Proceed with caution.
I can't remember if you can use the special there's a special universal like mines you get from one of the you know the most recent Klingon seasons in the game. You can use those and the Chronoton mines at the same time, so that you can basically equip like basically 2 mines at once. That would be super useful for the perk. I hate that ability that doesn't let you use any of yours. Down ability or whatever. Center.
Excellent work.
Goes here, that one goes there!
I was saving time by inverting the feed now instead of later.
I thought you were supposed to be Starfleet's best and brightest.
I wouldn't even be in Starfleet anymore if it weren't for this Herc nonsense.
We're running out of time, Doctor.
Perhaps you know a faster way to translate Herc language and reverse engineer their
Yeah, it's funny. When I was doing a stream earlier, there was somebody who was speaking in Klingon, and the moderation filter like blocked it for some crazy reason. He was saying something in Klingon, and I'm like, what? I'm like, why did the moderation filter block that? It's kind of crazy that Klingon is like an actual like language, not just gobbledygook that they say. Like, they actually created a whole language. It's actually going fairly decent speed-wise. I think getting that Valkyrie fire was a good call before doing this mission. That seems to be helping. I think that and the mines are the biggest advantage I got going right now. Nice.
Almost ready here.
Alright, then now back to space. Fight some more. Then down to the Founder homeworld. Make a mad sprint through the gauntlet to the end. And all my bridge officers will die. Then I'll be at the end and I'll fight for a little while until I die. And then when I respawn, all my bridge officers will be back to life at the end. That's the fastest, easiest way. Of course, I won't have any of the Jem'Hadar troops or any of that stuff to help me, but it doesn't really. Fine without.
That Herc fleet is about to attack.
Might as well just cloak for a minute since I'm just running out of timer. Go, Alliance ships! Wipe out all those swarms. It's gonna cruise along, cloak, doing what a bird of prey should do. Go along, cloaked, till the timer's up and it says, oh, eliminate all the forces before you go onto the ground, and then I'll, oh crap. Got a stray one there. But I'll uncloak and ambush the bad guys.
Well, you're in quite a fix there, Odo.
There we go, I took out a capital ship. I'll cloak myself again.
arrive.
The time. Whom do we seek? Careless! How do we find him? Together! Careless! Give us light to see forever! Will he hide from us always? Never!
It's worse than we thought.
We'll meet you there.
The gem...
Yeah, right? Rebuild the whole Klingon Empire, slay hundreds, and you get a kit module. Become a Klingon recruit and kill one bounty and get a T6 ship. That seems real fair and balanced, doesn't it? Kill one bounty in like this, you know, first or second season of the game after the tutorial.
We won't last long out in the open like this.
I have to say though, I do like that they give you the T6 ship early on, since you know it scales. It's so nice having T6 scaling ship rather than the junk that they give you, you know, like as you level up every 10 levels. I mean, you can get through the game with those ships, you know, that you get every 10 levels, but you compare those to any T6, you know, early on, and they're so much better. They always have more weapon slots unlocked, more bridge officer ability slots unlocked, more console slots unlocked. I mean, not even close.
I die as I live. To Starfolk.
Okay. Now that I'm all the way to the end, and all but one of my bridge officers has died, I'm sure he'll die on his way here. Now I'll hang out down here.
You made it.
Then when I eventually get overrun and respawn, then all my bridge officers will respawn with me down here at the end.
Please tell me you have more Jem'Hadar coming to help.
No, the T6 you get from the Bird of Prey that I got, like on this account, every recruit gets it. It's this reward here.
We'll do what we can with what we have then.
This one here, like where you slay.
As always, until the end.
I'm not sure I like the way you said that, Odo.
This one.
Nerys, if we don't make it.
Bringing down the house. It's like an episode in like the second season. You get the T6 ship, and not only that, you get the unlock for the whole account. But once again, like you can't.
There may not be a better
you know,
time.
if you're gonna, if you want to use Klingon ships or like Romulan ships on characters that aren't Klingons or Romulans, you have to have at least one Klingon or Romulan faction character that's level 65. Which is why I switched from playing my Romulan main on this account that I created to playing the KDF character, so I could get in level 65, so I could get the Bird of Prey, the T6 Bird of Prey. I could open it up on my other account. I mean, I already got it from the temporal agent guy that gives you all the recruit rewards, but I can't open it. And I kept going like, why can't I open this? Is it because I'm not high enough level yet? And then I forgot that you have to get. You get so used to, you know, when you have like a bunch of like level 65s of everything, you forget that like, oh yeah, you do have to have one Klingon that's level 65, you know what I mean? So that if you want your Federation characters to be able to open up or be able to use Klingon. Where'd everybody go?
Enemy target on sensors.
That ship is for the Klingon recruit. Right now they've got the Klingon recruitment event going on. You know what I mean? They have a Klingon recruit, a Gamma recruit, a Delta recruit, temporal agent, you know what I mean? The special ones they did the Klingon recruit when they released the latest Klingon season, because they had and along with that they had retooled and remastered and reconfigured a bunch of the tutorial and the earlier stuff, you know what I mean? Klingon stuff, so they were like to give you a reason to go back there and do that. The early Klingon stuff, you know, for the other characters to get some use out of it, they created a Klingon recruit. I don't hate the Klingons, but you know, the Fed side, it has a lot more players, fleets, etc.
Nerys, are you hurt?
It's just a scratch. I'm fine.
I believe.
I love all the rewards you get though from all the different recruits, and then the temporal agent. Just call them a temporal recruit. Everybody else is a recruit. But I love the rewards you get, and they've got all the little extra story blurbs and stuff for most of them.
There was nothing
go
I
along
could do.
with it and stuff, which is nice. But yeah, I love all those extra rewards. I mean, you get so many marks. I mean, so many reputation marks and everything. Especially when you have a bunch of them, you get a bunch of sweet duty officers.
Hello.
And that Gamma Recruit one that's a ground duty officer, but gives you a damage percentage boost for all your space combat stuff. That one's pretty cool. And if you don't want to actually, you know, use them in your roster, it certainly doesn't hurt to have another golden duty officer, you know, to get you better rewards, you know, better crits and better completions on your duty officer assignments.
Welcome back.
I mean, there's only a few of them in the game.
I wouldn't keep.
There's like the EMH, there's the Jemadar one, maybe a couple others.
I believe our
biggest problem with this whole mission is all this stuff right here at the end where you have to like talk to all these people. They should have just made this like a separate little like closing out the season like mission. It doesn't matter because for this character, because I'm not trying to get the Polaron set, but were I trying to get the Polaron set, and of course I'd still want that space summon like phase warm beacon thing or whatever, I would be ill doing this thing like 4 times. 3 to get the pieces for the space set, you know what I mean, and then once more to get the summon. Like, gosh, they could have just made that dialogue part like a separate mission, like they did on all the early ones. How they have
is uncertain for the first time in many.
Congratulations, General.
How they have a mission, you know, where it's like,
congratulations,
like to go meet, you know, Sarah Schmidt on Deep Space Nine, and you just go talk to her, and she's like, "Oh yeah, True Way is blah 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 blah, like this, that, and whatever." Like, you know, before the real mission starts, literally just like go to Deep Space Nine and talk to her. I mean, those recruit things really help you out. I mean, like, I've got well over 1 million EC, and I've been spending quite a bit too on this account. But like, it's like one of those, like, you know, slay the target, kill this, you know, one bounty person to get the T6 ship. There's another one that gives you like 1 million EC and like 100 fleet marks or something. It's like, okay, so go do an easy mission that I already needed to do anyway, and kill one extra guy that's in there. Like, okay, big deal. Like, kill one extra guy, and because I killed this one extra guy,
The Dominion has asked the
I get a
Alliance to
million
send
EC.
an expeditionary
Like-
force into the outer reaches of their territory. I have some things.
Okay.
I need your help with a very
That's a hell of a
sensitive
bounty.
mission. Something else on your mind?
Yeah, it's good that they finally went back and fixed that Klingon stuff. You know, they kept hearing for like years and years. They're like, when are you going to give us more Klingon content? When are you going to give us more Klingon content? You know what I mean? And they kept saying like, look, we go back and we redo the Klingon content for just the Klingons. Like, that means we can't create content that everybody's going to get to enjoy. It's like, kept going like, oh, we wanted more Klingon content. So when, you know, they did the whole Discovery Klingon arc, they were like, okay, now's our chance. We're gonna do like the year of the Klingon. We're gonna go back. We're gonna fix all the
Good,
Klingon
we've
stuff.
arrived.
We're gonna do a Klingon
I suggest
recruit.
scanning the prison moon and its satellite network. They might have fixed the design flaw.
Yeah. I'm not saying it wasn't time, but I'm just saying like they definitely had like a valid point. It's like, look, if we go back and do that Klingon stuff, that means we're gonna have this huge gap in content.
Looks like
where all we're going to release is more Klingon tutorial stuff. I think they really did it the perfect way. They're like, okay, we're going to do the year of the Klingon. We're going to have like a new Klingon arc, you know, that's at the end of the game. You know what I mean? That deals with, you know, Ja'ula and all that sort of stuff. And then they're like, oh, and we're going to do a Klingon recruit. So there's actually a reason to go back and play those.
We should be ready.
You know, early missions and the tutorials and stuff.
Looks like O'Brien's...
Really, the Klingons in this game got like totally screwed.
Right. The doctor...
because of the initial design of the game, where it was supposed to be like, I don't know, sort of maybe a lot more like a Guild Wars or an Eve Online or something type of thing, you know, where there was, you know, a big part of the game was like, oh, well, half the player base is going to be Klingon and half are going to be Federation, and we're going to have these big wars between them, and they're going to, you know, there's supposed to be this big play in between them, and then like, you know, when all that stuff flopped,
we're not alone.
they realized like, hey, there's not really any point in this. You know, then they came out with, you know, all these other new factions, and they added all this content, and they made it where the, you know, basically, you know, the Klingon and the Federation wars basically end, and they end up back where they were at the, you know, at the beginning of the Next Generation, at the end of Deep Space Nine, where the Klingon and the Federation, and in this game even the Romulans are all allies, and so it was like, oh, now there's no point.
This is interesting.
But if you make a Klingon character, then you can't. Your KDF characters you can't join a party between it. That's what they really need to fix. And I guess clearly it's not a simple fix, or they would have done it already. But the fact that, you know, a Klingon character, a KDF character can't join up with faction, like in a party, like to do content that's like exactly the same, whether you're a Klingon or a Federation person. You know what I mean? Like, you can't join up in a party. It won't let you join a party with a Klingon if you're a Fed, or vice versa. And you can't, and the fleets are separate. You know what I mean? Like, oh, there's KDF fleets, and there's, you know, that part just doesn't really fit the game anymore, since everything, you know, after the tutorial, it all joins together. And yes, I know that, like, oh, well, if you're a Jem'Hadar, or if you're, you know, a Romulan, you can pick which side you're going to be on, you know, after you get through the first tutorial or the tutorial season, or however, you know, whatever you want to call it. You can be like, oh, well, I'm going to be a Federation Jem'Hadar, or a Federation Romulan, or a Klingon Federation or a Romulan, but it still doesn't make much sense, you know? Yeah, I remember playing, I think it was in the beta, back when it was like a monthly subscription thing, and I tried the beta, and I remember it was like, you couldn't even be a Klingon
I think you'll find that
until you had played a Federation character and got him to a certain level.
You made it.
I don't remember what the level was, but you had to level up a Federation character to a certain level. It wasn't a really, really high level. Of course, the game I don't think went to a really high level at that point. But you you have to level up a Federation character first before we'll even let you play a Klingon character.
In the temple ahead.
And it was like, okay, so if they're supposed to be like warring between these two factions of like, the Federation and the Klingons, how is the player base ever going to have like a balanced amount of players or anything close to it on both sides if you can't even make a Klingon character until you've played a Federation character first? I mean, I know why they did it. It's because they didn't want to make 2 tutorials at the time. You know what I mean? I mean, it was pretty obvious that that's what they were doing. They were like, oh, well, we don't want to make a Klingon tutorial, so you have to play as a Federation character so you can play through the tutorial and learn the controls of the game. And then when you join the Klingon, create a Klingon character, you'll have already played the tutorial as a Federation, so we won't have to create a tutorial for the Federation because you'll already know how to play the game. And the other thing I remember, and I don't know if this was just because this was before Lighting 2.0 or because of actual like redesigns of it. And I know they changed it with the most recent, the Year of the Klingon stuff, but Kronos, in the beta or whatever, at the very like early release of the game, Kronos was like a hot mess. Like, I remember it being like so dark when the gamma was set right for like playing as a Federation and for the rest of the content. It's like when you were on Kronos, it was like so dark that you could like you couldn't see anything. And I get they were trying to be like thematic to the show. You know how like in the show, like on the Birds of Prey and on the Klingon ships, they're always like really dark with just like maybe some like red lights, you know what I mean, or something, but I remember thinking like, God, this sucks for gameplay. Like you can't see what's going on, and it was like it was hard just to navigate around. We gave him the cure, and now the hurt killed him. That was kind of poor planning, wasn't it?
The doctor and
maybe we should have got them all ready to beam out, and then cured them right before they beamed out, so that they didn't all get eaten by the Herc. Just a thought. Oh yeah, it's fine now. I don't have any problem really with, the Klingon Academy or Kronos, and even the changes they made to Kronos with the Klingon stuff, where they changed the way like you move around during the tutorial stuff. They kind of changed some of the pathways and things. I think that's all for the better. Even before they did that, I think it was fine. But yeah, at the beginning it was a hot mess. I think the whole game I think was a hot mess at the beginning. Like I said, it was like, oh, they want you to pay monthly to like play this game. Like, they definitely didn't have it right. You know what I mean? With Perfect World or whatever, like, bought it for Cryptic, and now Gearworks has it or whatever. But yeah, Perfect World, like, they really took this game and were like, okay, we're gonna make it free to play, and they really added a lot of content. And then Lighting 2.0, all that stuff really helps. I still don't understand why the missions on my computer loads so slow. I mean, my computer is old, hence, like I said, 2 weeks. I'm getting basically a whole new computer. I mean, I've got a decent video card, power supply, but and I've got some my SSDs and stuff, but everything else is gonna be replaced. Processor, RAM, motherboard, case, etc. But it's like I can't figure out where the load times are coming from, because it's not downloading anything from the internet. My internet speed is fast, and I've got a really fast routers, and I'm hardwired in gigabit Ethernet. my SSDs like are like not showing any activity, so it's not loading it from the hard drive. You know what I mean? My CPU usage is like, you know, it'll be at like 30% or something. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I don't get why this is taking so long to load. Like, the only thing I can think of is RAM. I mean, that's, you know, like RAM speed. That takes a lot of time on your new one. But I feel like on my I've got a gaming laptop, you know, that I bought like a year ago, which I've got sitting up here in the corner. I'm just not playing on it because I prefer to use the full keyboard and everything. That's one more thing I need to add to my computer system is another keyboard. I mean, I really like my ergonomic Logitech mechanical keyboard I got, but just for streaming and stuff, I hate to do it, but I need to go with something like a little mushier that doesn't make such clickety clackety noises that this one does. But yeah, I mean, it loads faster on my laptop, so I mean, the computer I think is definitely a factor. But once again, like, it doesn't make sense, you know. The computer and the laptop, I don't even have it. I don't even have an extra Ethernet cable like sitting next to it to like wire it in. It goes faster even on the Wi-Fi, and even when I use it to play when I'm at work, and the Wi-Fi they've got up there sucks. I mean, it's probably like Wi-Fi 4, like old Cisco access points. I mean, they're garbage. They're stuff that I literally like. The last place I worked where I like maintained a whole school network, you know, it was a private school, but it was still, you know, over 100 computers network, you know, and probably 500 Chromebooks and everything under the sun. You know, when I got there, you know, like 10, 15 years ago, I put in basically like the same access points, and I had already upgraded them like a couple of times, all the access points in the entire school since then, the better ones. And it's like, that's what they're still running at the place where I work, which is like a dorm building for like college students. It used to be a hotel. Even there, like, it loads faster. So it's definitely something with the computer. It's just I can't for the life of me understand what it could be, you know what I mean? Like I said, I think it's RAM speed, or it's just the bus speed. It's something like that, because I've got the game on an SSD and it's not even like showing drive activity really when it's loading. The CPU's not doing anything. My video card's got plenty of RAM, you know, of GDDR RAM in it, so.
Let everyone make.
But just a little while longer. When I get my next paycheck in a little less than 2 weeks now, I've already got the parts picked out I'm gonna use. I'm gonna order a whole upgrade setup, basically. Not going like cutting edge, but the computer I'm using now is almost 12 years old. I mean, it's high end for the time, but it's like 12. Not my video card, you know, my power supply and stuff, but you know, the motherboard, processor, RAM, and whatnot. You know, I'm not going like bleeding edge because I'm trying to be cheap, but it will be a huge step forward. It'll definitely, you know, at least be faster than my laptop is. That's so ridiculous. And I didn't even go crazy with my laptop. I think I spent like $600-700 on my laptop to get one that has, you know, 2 memory slots, you know, like both dual channel memory slots are upgradable, doesn't have any RAM soldered on the board. It's got an M2 drive in it, and it's got a slot for another M2 drive, or you can put a 2.5 inch, you know, SSD or hard drive in it. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a AMD Phenom X4. And another thing is, I'll say is, I think the game, I feel like the game loaded faster when I was running Windows 7 than when I switched to Windows 10, but I kind of had to. There was just stuff I couldn't do in Windows 7 anymore, you know what I mean? I still like Windows 7 better than Windows 10 because it's just dumb that, you know, they've got settings, and yet I still got to go into control panel to do half the stuff. You know what I mean? And I don't like their stupid store. I think their store is stupid. I mean, I get why they do that, but. I think Windows 10 is okay. I just think for a power user, it's just more trouble. You know what I mean? It just takes more clicks. Yeah, Windows 7 is discontinued. You're right, but you know, it just takes more clicks to do like the same thing in Windows 10 that I could like if I could do it in 2 clicks in Windows 7, it takes 3 or 4 clicks in Windows 10. But like my laptop, I think came with Windows 11 on it, and I wiped that shit off and put Windows 10 on it. Same thing with my wife's and customers. I've got some computer customers back when I was running my own computer business that I still have that use their stuff for business, and I was like,
just in time, here they come.
You know, I got them computers. They were like, "Oh, I want a computer, you know, I can run like 4 monitors on and stuff." So I basically, you know, got them a prefab gaming computer. You know what I mean? That's the only way you're gonna get, you know, a video card with, you know, 4 legit monitor outputs on it. You know what I mean? Without using USB graphics controllers or any, you know, wonky stuff like that, which could be fussy and problematic or whatever. And also the monitors I got for him, he was going all new stuff. And he wanted something nice. He's got plenty of money. He just built a new house. He drives, you know, Teslas and runs a bunch of businesses and stuff. But yeah, his came with Windows 11, and I was like, no, let's reformat this and put Windows 10 on it. You know what I mean? The license transfers backwards anyway. But Windows 11, man, when they just install Windows updates without even asking you and change stuff like with your user interface or your file manager and stuff, that's crap. I can't think of anything that would piss me off more than like being in a hurry, like having somebody call me and be like, oh, can you like log in remotely and like fix this thing, or like, hey, I need you to like, you know, jump into some conference or something real quick and do some work, you know, like there's something, can you help me with something real quick? And you sit down at your computer and you're like, oh, last night while I was sleeping, it changed my interface on me, and now I got to figure out like how to make my computer do the basic things I was doing yesterday. Yeah, I mean, Windows 10 really is not any different than Windows 7, except for they put more stupid layers in front of it to make it act more like a tablet, basically, or like a phone operating system. Like the way it puts its notifications, and like instead of just having like the little bubbles down in the tray, you know, it's got the little pane with the notifications, and that pane has like little buttons, you know, that you can use to like turn off your Wi-Fi and stuff, like the way you use your phone. And they tried to put like all the settings in a settings menu, but they just, it's like half-hearted. It's like, oh, we'll put the settings in here, but if you need more settings, we don't just have like a, you know, turn on advanced settings or like administrator settings mode or something. No, you still have to go in a control panel. Like, I don't even think, they don't even have like add or remove programs under settings to like add or remove programs, you know, that you install that aren't from the Windows store.
It looks like the Herc have had enough for now. Let's get the rest of Opaka's people out of the
I'm glad.
Thank you, Julian. It means
you mean you don't like repair or working with PCs on PCs for a living anymore? You just use them for playing games and stuff, like for personal use? Or do you mean like I don't do PCs anymore, like I switched entirely to Mac?
Welcome
oh yeah.
to Deep Space Nine.
Because I can't stand Apple either. Like, Apple's kind of been on my crap list for a long time. Now, I mean, when it comes to tablets, iPad is probably the way to go. I mean, there's just no real denying that.
Able to return
but I don't hate the iPhone. I use an Android phone, but I don't really have any hate for the iPhone.
Congratulations, Jack.
As a general rule, but Apple as a company, I just think they're ridiculous. Like, their prices are like ridiculous. They charge so much more for like the same thing you can get, you know, for like a fraction of the price on the PC side. You know, the way they always try to lock stuff down, and some of the recent things they've done are just, I mean, atrocious. I mean, absolutely atrocious. So like, you buy a Mac Pro, right? So a super expensive Mac Pro, and you basically you have to buy it with whatever storage in it you want, because it doesn't use like M2 slots. Okay, that's fair. The way its storage works is, you know, like on a serial 88 drive or an M2 drive, if you get one, you know, there's like little storage chips on there, and the controller interface between them. You know what I mean? Well, on the Mac
Dominion
chips,
has
the, you know, the
asked the
M1s and
Alliance
the
to send an
M2s and the
expeditionary force
you know, the
into the
M1
same.
Pros and all that sort of stuff. They have the storage controller as part of the SoC. You know what I mean? It's all part of the same processor. Their video, their GPU, their CPU, everything's all part of the same die. So I get that the storage is not exactly the same. So I could forgive that. But what I can't forgive is the fact that, like, even though the storage is exactly the same, if you open up the bottom of a Mac Pro, right, and it's actually got 2 slots in there for the storage, right? You can, if you put another stick in the other slot, it won't let you use it. And if you take out one, like, say you literally take one from, you know, like a terabyte MacBook Pro, and you stick it in one that's like a 256 gigabyte MacBook Pro, and you stick it in there, and you try to reload the operating system on it, it still won't boot. Like, it literally just has the firmware locked down. Like, if you took it to the Apple Store and they use special software on it, which, you know, they don't want you to do because they want you to just buy a whole nother computer or use external storage, which is dumb. They could do it. Like, there's no reason for it at all, except just to be a pain in the butt. You know what I mean? That stuff is really dumb. And then the other thing is that it's also really dumb that, like, you buy a newer, like, say you buy an M2 MacBook versus an M1 MacBook, and it's like, okay, we made the processor faster, but we put a slower SSD chips in it. It's like, so if I have an M1 MacBook, if I'm doing video editing and I want the really fast storage, you know what I mean? Like, then I go to M2 and the storage is slower. Like, I mean, there's just they're built for people that are like, I mean, they try to act like we're for, you know, the serious, you know, design people that are really into photo design and graphics design and video editing and stuff, but they're really not. They're really like, oh, we're just purely a consumer brand. You know what I mean? Like, they're like the, you know, the Gucci of computers. It's like, oh, you're paying for our fancy name and our pretty case, and that it's so little, and look, it's so cute, and it comes in this really fancy cardboard box. It's like, okay, yeah, but I'm paying all this money and I can't even, like, upgrade stuff, and they do really dumb stuff, like, for no reason at all. Like, you get their really fancy, like, reference monitors, and they've got like a 6-7 foot power cord that's like permanently attached to the back. Like, there's no reason for the cord to be permanently attached to the back. It's still just it's just a regular AC cord. It's not like it's, you know, got any kind of power adapter in it or anything. Yeah, I mean, PCs are okay. I mean, like I said, I can complain about some of the things about Windows that I don't like, but hey, you know what? You don't even have to run Windows. I mean, I mean, even if you want to play gaming now with Proton and stuff that Steam's come out with, you look at the Steam Deck, it runs Linux and it plays, you know, PC DirectX, you know, games, and it plays them well in a form factor that's not terribly powerful. You know what I mean? That's energy efficient. Uh, Good stuff. And there's been a lot of upgrading. Like, so when I was looking to get my parts for my new computer, what I used to do was I would just get, you know, like 12 years ago when I built this computer, is I would just get a mid-tower name brand computer, and then I would throw my own power supply and video card in it, because that was just usually a better deal, and you didn't have to worry about compatibility and, you know, having to do a ton of research on a bunch of parts when you're not working at a store or something that builds PCs. It's hard to keep up with, you know, which companies are, you know, making good motherboards and that sort of stuff without doing a ton of research first, you know, and like, you know, is this going to be, you know, sometimes you run into weird compatibility things. It's all gotten much better over the years, but you just can run into that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? So I used to would just buy, you know, an off-the-shelf, you know, HP or Dell or something in a mid-tower case, and then slap a really good video card and a power supply in it, you know what I mean? That, obviously, because their power supplies are junk, you know what I mean? Like, that could handle the good video card and all that. But you can't do that anymore, really. I mean, because nobody makes a tower or a mid-tower, you know, like a nice big case. For a regular computer anymore. The only like name brand computers you can get that have like a big case on them are ones that are, you know, for gaming, and then they're, once again, you end up, you know, with stuff that's not as reliable per se, and you know, you get their proprietary junk, like their proprietary power supplies and all that wonky stuff, and they still make them, you know, weird shapes, you know what I mean? And I didn't want to get it. I want to keep using my same video card, and I've got a Asus GTX Strix GTX 1060 OC card, and it's really big. Like it barely fits in the mid-size tower case I have now. Like it was kind of hard to get to run the find room to squeeze the power wires and stuff to go down from the power supply at the top to things like hard drives and stuff down at the bottom. But it's like when I was looking at like you know, new motherboards, and it's like I can get basically like a gaming level, an Asus tough, you know, high-end motherboard that's like a micro ATX motherboard, you know what I mean? That's no problem. It's got two PCI Express 16X and one PCI Express 1X slot, which is plenty, because everything else that I need is on board. You know, I'm not going to need to use my network card. The one it's got in there is better than, you know, what I've got in mine. It's got 6 serial ATA connectors and 2 M2 slots, 4 slots for RAM. It's like, oh, okay, well, you know.
They're going for the station.
So yeah, so I'm going to be going, even though I'm going to get a mid-tower case that'll, and surprisingly, all that stuff is real reasonable. I mean, even the case is like, I mean, it's a Thermaltake case. I've used their power supplies for years and been real happy with them. They've been real quality. The case is like, I'm not getting one with a glass window or acrylic window in the side, I mean, or whatever. Though I could, but I tend to lay my power on the side, and then sometimes I set stuff on top of it. But yeah, I mean, it's like $45 for the case. You know, I'm getting the motherboard, I think, is the most expensive part of it. I think maybe that's $130 processor. I'm getting an i5 processor that's
The station is a bit
6 cores, so more than I've got now.
Don't go to.
I'm just gonna the motherboard will take up, it's DDR4, but it'll take up to like DDR4 5000 RAM.
Is that?
But I mean,
very well.
What's the point when the processor, the max RAM bus speed of the processor I'm putting in there is like 266 megahertz? I mean, 2,666 megahertz. So might as well just go with the DDR 3200.
Where did all
That's
these
2
ships
sticks
come
of
from?
8, so it's dual channel, 16 gigs, and I'll still have 2 slots open.
And here we are.
And it's got 6 serial ATA slots, so I can use.
I will take
You're quite.
I can
It
use
seems
my
we're not getting the
my
whole
1
story.
4 terabyte 7200
So, business
RPM
as
hard
usual.
drive I have now that I use for,
Exactly.
you know, keeping videos on, or, you know, storing just storage stuff. And then I can use my other 3 SSDs, my 250 and my 2 100s that I got for free, or whatever. The 100s I got for free, they came out of a server when I upgraded the space in it. I had been using those as rated boot volumes in a server. So I can put all those in there and still have serial ATA ports to spare and M2 slots. And I'm not going to get an M2 drive right now, but I mean, you can get a 500 gigabyte M2 drive for like $40, like a a good name brand Western Digital one. I mean, all the stuff's gotten so reasonable, and I've been meaning to upgrade when I bought my laptop. It came with 8 gigs of RAM, and I had just planned on upgrading it. It's like $40 to get 2 8 gigabyte sticks for it, SODIMM sticks for it, instead of the 1 8. I can't remember if it's got 1 8 in it or 2 4 right now, but it's got 2 slots in it, and I want them. I want it to go dual channel. And 16 should be plenty in the laptop. Like I said, I've been using it with 8 really, and it's been fine. But I used to have 16 in my tower, but one of my RAM slots actually went bad, so now I've got 12. Another thing, that's how old my computer is, and it's still working. And also my onboard sound card in my desktop computer went bad. So, but I mean, no big deal. I just run my speakers through one of my through my display port. I was gonna say my HDMI, but actually my display port on my monitor. Yeah, motherboard's important. I'm a big ASUS fan. Now, I would never say their service is great. Like, if you have problems, you're kind of on your own. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that I've ever known them to be good about service, but their quality of their parts are good. I don't think I've ever had an ASUS video card go bad on me, and I've had a lot of them, and I've had other video cards that did, they got too hot, or something just went wonky with them after a while. They lasted 6 months or a year, and then they got to the point where they'd get warm and reset the computer and stuff. Yeah, Asus basically has no service. That's like, they make great laptops too, but I didn't even consider them like as an option when I was buying my laptop. Now, when I worked at the school and I bought my laptop and the school was paying for it, I did buy an Asus laptop because I was like, oh well, like it's not coming out of my pocket, and if worst comes to worst, if it has to get replaced, they'll pay for like a whole nother laptop. It won't matter if I can get warranty. But yeah. So not only will I upgrade my whole system, but another plus is having an Asus motherboard. You know what I mean? Like over, right now I've got an HP computer. The BIOS and the HP computer sucks. It doesn't. I mean, not that I'm big on overclocking, but it doesn't even give you a lot of flexibility. And really nowadays, I mean, you really can, do mild overclocking on just about everything and have it be pretty rock stable. I mean, it's all based off of your parts. How stable your parts end up. How close to the limit they were. They bin them. They test them and they're like, oh, this one's good enough for this bin. This one's good enough for that bin. But yeah, my whole computer upgrade, which is basically everything except for video card,
my tricorder
and power supply, because I'm gonna pull those out of my existing computer. Is only gonna cost me like $300 to upgrade. Yeah, in general, I never overclock anything in general. But I have noticed, like from watching a lot of stuff on YouTube, like Linus Tech Tips and things like that, that it's a lot easier to overclock stuff now. And even if you're not technically overclocking stuff, all the modern processors and video cards, they sort of have built-in overclocking. You know what I mean? Like you've got your base speed, your base gigahertz speed, and then they boost over to a certain amount until they hit a certain temperature, and then they'll thermal throttle themselves. So because they already have all that built-in stuff to where like, oh, when it starts to warm up, they cool themselves down. It really gives you a lot of flexibility where,
thanks for the timely rescue.
You can be like, oh, well, if I can just make sure if it's cooled better, or if my, then I can really turn the speed up on a lot of things, and it's fine.
All right, I'll wait for you here. Try not to die, okay?
So yeah, but it'll be nice to do that. Another thing is my computer is so old that I think it did have like a switch to turn on virtualization, and I did turn it on in the BIOS. But like if I try to run BlueStacks, you know, that like the Android emulation on it, which I was doing to like try to play something, I don't remember. I was trying to do something in BlueStacks, and BlueStacks won't fully boot. Like it doesn't crash and it doesn't really give me an error, but it just will sit there and it'll just it just kind of like never fully loads.
Am I glad?
And it's like on my laptop, it just like pops right up in like 2 seconds. And I'm like, yeah, man, my desktop computer has become crap. Getting the laptop really made me feel like, oh, my desktop computer is crap because it's not like I didn't buy like a super high end laptop. But I mean, it is a gaming laptop. It does have discrete graphics, but it's not high end. It's like it's got a 1650 or 1660 in it or something like that. But the video card market has been such a mess for so long. I know my son, he's got like my hand-me-down video card and stuff from when I went to the 1060. I don't remember what it even is, but I think it's an AMD card. But I mean, it's old, and I'm like, dude, I can't believe you're still running that. And he's been wanting to get a video card, but you know, with the pandemic, everybody, you know, and all the stupid crypto miners and stuff, you could, you know, I mean the RTX 20 series, man, they basically sucked. I mean, I guess they were okay, but I mean, what's the point of having ray tracing on a card that's not actually powerful enough to actually do ray tracing? That's kind of pointless. So, and then the 30 series, which is good. I mean, those cards are good cards, but you couldn't ever find one. They were all being scalped. You know what I mean? Like,
it's still a mess.
so that sucks, you know. And then
here we are.
And that was, you know, like the retail on those, like, so but like a 3090 or a 3080, you know what I mean? Like one of those top end cards, they're like $500-600, you know, like retail, but you could never find one for less than, you know, 1,200, you know, $2,000, you know, because of the stupid crypto miners. So the real price didn't mean anything. And now stupid with the 4000 series, you know, stupid Nvidia has been like, oh, well, we used to, you know, there was all these scalpers selling the cards for crazy prices. So even though like a 4090 is not really that much better than like a 3090, the retail on them is like $1,200, whereas like a 3090 was like half that price. So it's like they need to like come back down to reality, you know, like just because people were willing to spend stupid money for crypto mining because they could be like, oh, well, I'll make it back, you know, and Bitcoins or whatever cryptocurrencies they were mining, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean the prices were reasonable, and it certainly isn't reasonable to increase the price, you know what I mean, of the 4000 series cards. And not only that, they've been doing a lot of oh yeah, see you later. They've been doing a lot of wonky stuff where they've been like releasing cards, you know, like, oh, we're gonna do like I don't remember what the last one was, but they did something like it was gonna be a 4060 or a 4050, and it was worse than the 3000 series of the same generation. But I hope have a good one. Hope to see you again. I'll be back on here streaming again around the same time tomorrow, unless I get sick or, you know, something crazy happens.
It's good to see you too, Quark.
And if you you know, I keep the streams up here if you ever want to see them. I know it's not the same to watch a video on demand afterwards, and I also put them on I upload them to my YouTube channel if you ever want to watch them there. Hey, Genko. How's it going?
Good luck with the revolution, Minister. You'll need it.
Excellent. I'll make.
I'm doing good. Good evening. What time zone are you in that it's evening already? You in Europe?
What is this?
Correct.
It is...
Yeah, okay.
The same.
I figured it had to be since you said evening. My time right now is almost 1400, almost 2 p.m. I'm on Eastern Standard Time.
Interesting, don't you think? The Founders are definitely up to something, and we all be seeing it.
Congratulations, General.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's definitely evening.
Researchers led by my friend Dr. Bashir be seeing.
So Genko, I'm just trying to get my KDF character here to level 65 so that my T6 recruit bird of prey, I can use it on my main. Yeah, and also I'm leveling. I'm also trying to just complete the story content and stuff while I'm doing it to unlock more KDF recruit stuff. I'm about to finish I'm like one mission away from unlocking this Gamma recruit one. For finishing that season. Cycle all this junk out of my inventory. But like my Romulan character I've been playing, I pretty much only play that on stream, except every 20 hours. I do wherever that happens to fall, I do run my my event TFO. Yeah. I'm gonna try to get as many in this event as possible, so I'm doing them on the 20-hour cooldown, rather than at the same time every day, so I can try to squeeze a couple more in so that I can get a bit more progress towards the event campaign here. But just so that I can unlock the T6 reward sooner, or in case for some reason I miss an event or whatever. I mean, I know from the previous events that there's 5 events, and you really, in 4, you basically do, the 14 days for the event, and then maybe plus maybe a teeny bit more, and 4 events you can usually get it. You know what I mean? Sometimes, or 3.5. I don't remember what it comes out to, but yeah, I'm trying to push them a little bit further, and also it certainly wouldn't hurt to stockpile the dilithium ore, because I'm dilithium poor right now. Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier in the stream, I was like, even though I'm free to play, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not opposed to spending, small amounts of money. I haven't spent any on this account because I'm trying to be free to play, and I'm not gonna go so far as to even maybe buy a ship, but because the dilithium exchange right now is economy is out of whack. There's literally like somebody with wanting to buy like $5 million worth of almost of like Zen at 500 dilithium a piece, and I was like, gosh, right now if you buy $10 worth of Zen from the ARC store, and right now they even have a bonus on top of that you actually get 1,200 or 1,200 Zen for $10 instead of 1,000. I was like, that's 600,000 dilithium you get for $10 already refined. It's like, gosh, that's like so many Phoenix packs and like dilithium to have on hand for fleet equipment.
I have to say, the
and reputation equipment. I was like, man, I'm pretty tempted to do that. And I don't, like I said, I don't have any problem with spending money in a game
throwing off a lot of hazardous energy.
Speed up progress a little bit or whatever. Like, I don't feel like you should have to.
Astute, Captain.
But
let's make the appropriate
I also
shield
think
adjustments.
it's kind of impractical if you have an option that you're like, oh, I can spend $5 or $10 and I can save like
liquids, or atmosphere.
weeks
The interior is a complex maze of tunnels.
worth of, you know, grinding or whatever. When it's like, oh, that amounts to like working 30 minutes at my job or something. Like, I could go to work and work for 30 minutes and I could get, you know, 2 weeks worth of game progress for that. Like, as long as it's reasonable, as long as it's not required, I don't have any problem with it.
Let's meet on the Defiant.
I mean, I do have my totally free-to-play account on here, which I have a bunch of stuff from the C-Store, but that's back when the dilithium exchange worked, and it was around $250 dilithium, you know, for you know, for 1 Zen. But I mean, I converted so much dilithium to Zen on my other like 100% free to play account that I created. I think when Victory is Life came out is when I created it, or a little bit after that. Just to see like if I didn't spend a single penny and I just did like converted dilithium to Zen for the things I wanted, and I've got probably, gosh, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 T6 C-Store ships. I've got you know, some stuff from Mud Store. I've got the Cations. I've got the Ferrison races, and then in event ships, I've got like, I don't know, 10 or 12 event ships from the summer, winter, and anniversary events.
There may be a slight delay.
And I didn't even
emissions.
I'm getting something odd
I
on my
missed
tricorder.
like the summer event. Something happened, and I wasn't able. I like missed getting the summer ship by like 1 day on like all 3 of my accounts were like 1 day short. I didn't feel like spending the Zen for it. I was like, whatever. Then I got the winter ship, and then the anniversary ship. I didn't start playing. I was taking a break while they were releasing some more content and stuff, and I didn't start playing until it was already too late to get the event ship.
Must have left you for dead. I'd get moving in case
that would have been a strong start to this free to play. Would be
like you're in a series of
would have been to get that.
This is Bashir.
That
Garrick and I
compiler
are alive, but we're a little lost.
Science Dreadnought ship. That's actually a cool looking ship. Spec wise and visual wise, but whatever. It is what it is. At least they started, you know, shortly after that they started the Klingon Recruit event and gave me a T6 Bird of Prey, which, while not my favorite ship, is certainly flexible. At least all the slots are universal. It's got flanking.
Yes, of course. I think you'll
got a battle cloak.
The door to the next chamber is locked. The readings I'm getting on that crystal are weak. It probably isn't usable.
Yeah, I've used the Bird of Prey on my other ships or whatever.
Doesn't
like,
seem to match the rest.
The first day I streamed, I played on my free-to-play account, and I forgot I was playing on my free-to-play account because I was reclaiming so much stuff from the C-Store, from the event store, and the event reclaim. And then I was like, why don't I have the Bajorian Interceptor? I was like, man, I didn't play my account for a while. I had something drop off my account, and I didn't have the prolonged phaser array and the torpedo that goes with it. And I'm like, what's going on? And I didn't have I had the Sompek gloves, I think, and the shield, but I didn't have the Sompek the other weapon, the lightning weapon that has the heal effect or whatever. And I'm like, gosh, it's like stuff that's just missing from my account.
There's a deep crevice ahead of you. See
I
if
didn't
you
realize
can
it.
get across.
Whoa.
You can't fight that thing. Run!
I didn't realize until after the stream was over. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I know why I didn't have those things. I was like, because this is my free-to-play account. This isn't my my paid account. I was like, it had so much stuff, I forgot that it was my free-to-play account. It just shows how much like stuff you can acquire on a free-to-play account after you play it for a few years.
Hazardous energy and anti-gravity ahead. Use your thrusters.
Oh, can I? Nice. Right when I missed the jump.
Creatures turn back. Must not like anti-gravity. and steady. Don't get lost. Try to head up when you can.
Garrick and I have a breathable atmosphere here. Everyone, try and reach our location.
Williams here. I'm stuck in some kind
Right,
of
that's what I'm saying. Like my free-to-play account I've had for years has so much stuff in it. It's like it's almost indistinguishable from my main account. I mean,
I'll keep trying to find
maybe
you all.
maybe has half as many C-store ships, but it still has a bunch of C-store ships. You know, it has tons of event unlocks. I mean,
This one looks like
got, you know, the Red Angel suits and I mean, it's got all that stuff. And even under like the promo tab, you know, it's got like the medical
Kane,
promo
report.
with the Julian Bashir
I
hologram.
just lost crewman Kane's vitals.
It's got a bunch of
Weir's comm signal is down, but he's still alive. Keep an eye out.
had a bunch of holographic Nog and stuff, bridge officers, things from old lock boxes that I had bought in the exchange, you know. But this is a total new free-to-play account. I wanted to show players, like, look, this game still is like totally free to play. Like, you don't have to put, you know, years into it, you know what I mean, for it to be good. Like, I mean, you can see I've already got a T6 ship from the recruit event. Like I've explained on stream multiple times, they give away 3 T6 ships from the events between the summer, winter, and anniversary events every year. And if you do the obviously if you complete the annual event, you get to you know, pick 2 C-store ships from the store, or, you know, 1 lockbox ship, or enough low-buy that you can buy a low-buy ship. So you can get virtually any ship you want. That's not one of the
Bashir and Garrick are
the
just
one
past
from like
this
the
chamber.
most recent lockbox or whatever. Those things are certainly not important to being competitive in the game.
We're picking up some interesting tech on set. We think there's some...
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, in 6 months to a year, you can easily do all the end game content in this game. I mean, like, really, I'm really at end game now at this point with this. I mean, but I say, like, my account is technically, you know, end game quality? No, because I haven't unlocked the reputations and stuff. But I mean, that's just going to take time, especially without a sponsorship already having other characters at that level, but you know, that have already unlocked all the rep stuff. But
a pleasure to
I mean, it's
see
not
you.
that long. I mean,
You'll
what
need
does
all
it
the
take
help.
to unlock all the
I
rep
found a
stuff?
little
Like
based
3
on these
months.
readings.
You know, if you do them, that's literally like you just click in and say, like, you know, click the rep things. It's like no big deal at all. I don't have the rep stuff. I don't have fleet stuff yet. I'm not level 65 quite yet. You know what I mean? But I mean, level 50 is really end game. I don't know that the content really scales that much harder as far as the difficulty level scaling from level 50 to 65. I feel like you're already at the end game.
It moved away from you and shrouded itself.
Send your officer to me so that I can address any injuries.
That covers the first peaceful meeting between the Herc and the Founders over 3,000 years ago.
This game, I don't even think it's much harder to play on a free-to-play account than a paid account. It's just a little bit slower, honestly. I mean, because once you get your reps to tier 6, you get all those fleet modules. I mean, there's 13 reps, so that's 13 fleet modules. I mean, okay, 13 fleet modules. I mean, that's clearly, you know, what's it, 5 modules a piece for a tier 6 ship. So that's 2 tier 6 ships, and virtually every ship in the C store is is available in the as a fleet version, which has better stats. You know what I mean? Than the one in the C store. You just don't get the ship trait or the console. Really, what you're buying with the ships is the console. Yeah, rep gear is awesome.
My
and
God. The
same thing for fleet gear. I mean, the TAC consoles from the ones from the Spire. You know what I mean? If you want to go with the crit ones, which usually you do, and if not, if you're not going with those ones, then the ones from the colony.
From you and shrouded itself.
There's the one that heals you and the one that increases your damage output. Those are both good. So I mean, and there's lots of really good bridge officers in the fleet system, and there's some in the rep system. But you're right, yeah, with the rep system, and especially when you get to tier 6 on the rep system, so that you have you get to tier 6 on the rep system, and then you have all the alternate beam types. You know what I mean? Because you know how you want to stick with one beam type, so you can use the.
It moved away from you.
You can use the beam types, the consoles for that beam type. I mean, once you get to tier 6, and then it opens up the additional
the Herc tried to synthesize
beam types for the space that's between those, and then the ones you get from the mission rewards. I mean, that's all you need. Really, the only thing you need the ships from the store for. I mean, is for the traits. I mean, honestly, they're not that big a deal. I mean, I don't think there's very many of them you would say are game changing. And I don't know with the current player base and stuff, but it used to be like anything. There was I've never ever bought master keys open lockboxes.
Nicely
Only lockbox I ever opened or when they gave me like free keys during some event or something. Because I never saw any point in it at all. Anything I wanted out of a lockbox, I could just buy for EC in the exchange. Or from another player. And honestly, I'm not really even big on the lockbox ships. My biggest problem with the lockbox ships is that they're only unlocked for the character. They're not unlocked for your whole account. So it's like, why would I go through all this trouble to get a lockbox ship? I mean, maybe I would do it with the event, because I've already got so many C-store ships. But like on this account, I'm not going to, because it's like, oh, I can get a lockbox ship on one character, or I can get a C-store ship that I can use for my whole account. So even if I don't want to use that ship on my other players, maybe I want the starship trait, or maybe I want the console, or maybe I want the experimental weapon, or some other thing that's specific to it.
Personal shield losing power.
I was always much bigger on
to me so that I can address any injuries.
Account unlocks than character unlocks.
I think that's our cue. Now that we have restored...
I also feel like reputation makes a bigger difference in the starship traits. Like the space skills, the space traits, the ground traits, the active traits.
My God! My beautiful founder.
I mean, starship traits are like about equal to those, but I mean, okay, I already get a bunch of them from the reps.
Was it part of your...
Then when you get to tier 6, you get them all to like level 2 or whatever. So
try to hold them off. I'll see if I can arrange a distraction.
breaking off.
They've received the signal. They're heading for the Founder homeworld.
There's a certain poetic symmetry at play here. The Dominion are about, I think...
Congratulations, General.
The Herc.
Thanks to Garrick, my homeworld.
Oh, I shouldn't be putting my points in. Oh, it's got Constable. More levels to go.
The long-range sensor arrays in the trailer system went offline recently. Last thing they picked up before that happened was a Borg scout ship. I'm heading to Trailus now to investigate. If this is the beginning of a new Borg incursion, I could use... Looks like the Excalbians are ready to resume the trials. As you know, our participation is required.
The treacherous Ja'ula has... It appears the hunt for Ja'ula may come...
Ah, I have discovered the location. In order to restore her faith, the time has come at last.
The time has come. Jimpok is trapped on Kronos, guarded by the few warriors loyal to his cause. Our recent victories have weakened his position and brought many allies to our banner. There will not be a better time to strike. As Kalish once defeated the forces of the tyrant Molor, so shall we put an end to the reign of Jimpok. Join us.
I am the leader of a Vulcan research team studying the unique... Our information about events at Pavo is incomplete, but I believe the Terrans are undertaking a large...
Crystal.
Our information about events at...
Do like that reusable healing item.
Based on my readings, I believe the Terrans have managed to alter Pavo's song. Somehow, I believe... I have the coordinates. The research facility has already been attacked. We must see to the welfare of the research.
Your assistance is appreciated.
I have recovered.
My injuries are
We are
not
forced.
life-threatening.
Our security while trying. I was able to. There is a. The device there, near the crystals. Disable it to interrupt the Terran's hold on Pavo. We should continue before the Terrans send reinforcements.
Enemy targets on sensors. Flanking damage detected. Personal shield losing power.
Fascinating and interesting. Yes.
Personal shield losing power.
It seems that
Enemy targets on sensors. Personal shield losing power. Personal shield losing power. Personal shield losing power.
Why don't I give you a little taste of my big gun?
disable the controls to the left before she forces Pavo to release a lethal wave of psychic energy.
I can do this all day. You? Not so much.
Personal shield losing power. Flanking damage detected. Personal shield losing power. Enemy targets on sensors. Flanking damage detected.
Time's up. Ready to die? Ever had an agonizer down your throat? No? You're about to.
Personal
Now this will be a real treat. For me. You just got to my last nerve and jumped all over it. Well, this is definitely not how I saw this ending.
I think we have...
See you later, Ginkgo. Have a good day.
Now that you have secured the we can use... Indeed. Your display agreed.
Keep those Klingon ships off us!
Ion storm intensifying. Soon it will shift Discovery and any ships near her back to the 23rd century.
Our shields won't last long if this keeps up.
probes are in 3.
It will take some time to evaluate the impact of the Terran occupation of Pavo. The Agonize.
Congratulations, General.
Congratulations.
Level 60. Power Master. Okay, I think with that, we're going to call it a day. Should be back again tomorrow. Basically the same time. We'll probably finish off working through some of this content. Once I said we'll get a few more levels. We got 5 more levels to go in this. I may do a little bit on this tonight while I'm at work or something on the Klingon one. I not, locked into showing everything I do on that, just completing missions on the stream. If I do, then we'll pick up tomorrow with the Bird of Prey, setting it up on the Romulan account. But other than that, and then I'll do my event whenever the timer runs out, obviously. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for being here in the stream, especially thanks to Alt Lexington for the raid earlier. I appreciate it. And everybody that stuck around afterwards to hang out and play Star Trek Online. I appreciate it, guys. Hope you all have a wonderful day, and I'll be back in 18, 19 hours or so. Thanks. Have a wonderful day.